Morning. Let's see. Me. Okay, I think it's going. Look at that. Checking to see if it's working. Nice face, Seamus. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Julia, Linda M. reading witness reports from Shuby. Oh boy. Okay. Things are getting interesting. Brenda, good morning. Pioneer. Peter. Leah. Good morning. Blue Nose. It's a corker here already. Oh, you guys are, I guess that's warm. It's warm? Is that what that is? Complete ignorance. Nikki, good morning. Cheryl. Linda McDonald. How are you doing? Good to have you on board, Molly. Morning. Chris Lee, Nosy Scotian. All right. Got some family in here. Hope you guys are hanging in there okay. Wow. Okay. My mind is all over the place. Not sure. Same shit, different day. Paul, brother Paul. PEI term for hot day. Okay. Corker, hot day. All right. First of all, I should get this out of the way. I did get. Where's this? I got some emails for some volunteering. It looks like Linda has already stepped up to the plate and is reading some stuff to do with Shuby. Now, I have several things I really need to do this morning. So, maybe we can divvy up a couple of documents. I can play this goop in the background. I can do some work and get that done and come back. I'm sorry, I'm trying to plan out things here. What day are we on here? 21. 21. Ah. Okay, no, I don't want that yet. So there's some more discussion now in the Discord about the phone logs, which is really good. I know there was some discussion some time back about the phone being used, and I got a little bit of pushback on the quote Lisa phone being used. And I couldn't read the logs or something, which is true. I don't understand them completely, but Julie's brought some much more succinct evidence forward that the phone was being used potentially, and so that's all rather interesting. Hard to say the phone is being used if you say the phone is destroyed with outgoing calls going on it. That's a problem. That's one issue. Good morning, Janes, and I think Crystal, and Christiana. Did Todd get my message? Christiana? Blue Nose, can you toss one my way? Might be a little slow. Read one for the group. You're going to take one for the team? Take one for the team. I don't want to sideline into that too much. We can go through Mackenzie's statement because that was released yesterday. It's a lot of blank. I haven't read it totally, so I'm more than happy to read it. There was a couple of things that I was looking for specifically in it, in reference to Clayfield, because Clayfield's not being mentioned anywhere, and I think this is highly problematic, to say the least, because there's no way that he's not associated with this one. So great graphics and everything, of course, put together by Dear in the Discord. Thanks, welcome, and good morning. We were talking about that yesterday. Yeah, okay, now the shoes is another thing. The shoes has come up, so this is good. I was like, what is that Nike stripe on there? That does look familiar. I've seen that. I don't know. Probably seemed like a madman when I was like, those shoes are on. Those shoes are on. During the reenactment when we were playing it, I probably sounded like a bit of a madman. I've seen those shoes before. Those are the shoes. So, Mark, good morning. Chilling in a hotel room. Oh, okay. Wow, we've got a lot of volunteers. Oh boy. You know what? I bet you want to use. Let's see. Okay. So let me see. I had some open that would be worth reading. Now, who would like to take on? I think it's quite a lengthy one. Is Mills? Let me just check this. Zinnick is not in there yet. Where is he? Kim Mills statement. It is a lengthy one. Who's feeling like reading a lengthy statement? It's got big print. I'll give you that. It is longer, though, and there are some redactions. So let me see. One whole page is redacted. So, that's on the plus side. Mills, you can take it. 60 pages. Are you sure? 60 pages? Peters read Mills? Wow. I thought everybody would be like, well, no, I don't want that on my team. No. Somebody else could take it. All right, so Mills. Julia's going to take Mills. Or has Peter already done Mills? I don't know. Julia, why don't you do Mills? Okay, so that's out of the way. I'm going to have to write this down. I don't know. All right, Mills is with Julia. Okay, thank you. All right. Let's see, what else do I have here? Hudson's. Why am I doing this? Sometimes there's method to my madness. Okay, now I have read through Angela Doucette's statement, which was the other person who was Hudson's mentioned. Maloney, we did that yesterday. Okay. I had some lined up here. Where did they go? Kipling. McKay. Constable McKay. Give me another one. What? Oh gosh, everybody's reading Mills. Peter's doing it. Linda's doing it. Oh no. Hello, Robbins. Robbins home. Welcome. Okay, Peter's already into Mills. All right, so then we're going to have to pick some more here. Okay, give me a minute. The people who have letters behind their name, like redacted names, they're going to be interesting statements. I've read obviously a few, but there are apparently, as of right now, 332 statements. Let's see here. Bill Acker. That name seems familiar. Let's see if we can get some of these letters. Mosher Whitman. Is that related to Don Mosher? Mary Beth Lawlin. I'm just throwing out random names. I think if you go through the list and I'll leave that up to you. Terry Budd. Oh, wait a second. There was the email. Bud. I wonder if this is related. Everywhere right now. I have work. I got work to do. Okay, how about this? I'm just going to leave it up to you guys to choose to do your own. I think the way that we'll do it is just review the document yourself, make notes, and then we'll do it one at a time afterwards, okay? So I'm not sure whoever's up for that. Does that work? Whoever's going to do that, and then we'll play some goop in the background. I can do some work, and then we can come back and talk about a few things. So yesterday when I was reviewing this one, the Maloney's, this line stood out to me. I reviewed this one, right, yesterday? Is that right? I don't even know what I do anymore. The uncropped picture. RCMP sent uncropped picture, Maloney's. And blow up that picture. You can see the fake police car, all the lining. This is in the morning. That morning, I started calling all my police officer buddies. Like, they can get me anything. You can get me anything. Can you get me anything? I have buddies on CERT. I don't know what that is, CIRT, but is it CIRT or CERT? Serious Incidents Response Team. Felix CERT. I don't know. I have Brent across the street. This is in Lance. Not sure who Brent is. I have friends from elementary school that are police officers. It was like anything. I don't know if you know Steve McKay. And I was like, Steve McKay, I know that name, Steve McKay. I wanted to make sure if that was okay. I don't even know if I'm allowed to know what Steve McKay does, but he's in a position where he gets a lot of information. Okay. All right. If we can just hold on to the notes, please, Peter. I appreciate it. I really do. Just for the time being. Just for the time being, until we can kind of do one at a time, and then that way, maybe do like a text file. I think that's probably best, and then just copy paste. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can do that. That's pretty easy. You're going to type it out at some point anyway. Just drop it in a text file and then just copy paste in the messages. One at a time, we'll get a whole bunch fairly quickly. Okay, so Stephen McKay, does that sound like a plan for everybody? In a position to get a lot of information, but they're not supposed to know that he does that. Okay, so Stephen McKay, I've seen before in the warrants. Stephen McKay received information from his friend in communication with. This is all to do with Lisa Banfield's phone. This is subheadings underneath Lisa Banfield's phone, supposedly. Redacted. Redacted. Anyway, April 14th, 15th, potential business going on with Gabriel Wortman. The following screenshots. So Stephen McKay received information from his friend blank, had been in communication with Gabriel Wortman. So is blank another police officer is always a question I've had. Somewhere I have an old pictograph about that. And then following screenshots provided, and this is to do with the business, potential business that blank was going to do with Gabriel Wortman. Following screenshots provided. Now, these warrants, by the way, are as of June 9th, 2022. So there's like major redactions still going on in the warrants. They're not releasing them. Who is Stephen McKay? Well, Stephen McKay is an RCMP officer. I can't find much on him. So, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so Stephen McKay is definitely an RCMP officer. Don't know what he does. I found the line interesting that he's in a position to know. He gets a lot of information. Is he a CI handler or something to this effect? I'm not going back to the CI. I've never been in the CI boat. The CI is fail. Wortman is not a CI. Wortman Banfield not a CI. There's something else going on there. Much higher level. But, you know, is Mr. McKay in the know? Is the person who is in black here with the potential business? All right, so that's one piece out of the way. Something I'm just keeping in files here. O'Dear's great pictograph, or whatever you want to call it, of the calls outgoing. Very interesting, and it's pretty easy then to see, rather than just babbling or typing words. It's much easier to see. She's put that together where you can see that there are outgoing calls and that there are strange. I don't even know how you do this stuff, but very strange call patterns, everything, all kinds of computer work doing stuff. So there's calls. Some of the calls she's talking about, like strange call patterns, is somebody calling and kind of basically hanging up, and then callbacks. So that's usually indicative of something very odd going on. You know, remember those payphones? Payphone in the old days? I'll call you back. Just call me on the payphone. I'll call you back. Okay. Now, so the phone being used, how can the phone be being used if the phone is destroyed? And it appears as though the phone is being used in the morning, 5:40, 5:49, calling Janice. What's going on there? Couldn't you have called for help? Couldn't you have been Clinton? What's going on? Something not right with that. Like something really not right with that. So the Lisa narrative really having a lot of problems. Now the shoes. This is Nikki in Maureen's. Where am I here? Shoes. Where are we at here? 40 after. Oh no, I'm missing their stuff. Are they doing something in the background? I think they are. Where's the what's going on here? This one.
I choose to put.
Oh, we're missing out. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, MCC and CSE and all you people missing out on your show. Oh, don't worry, we'll get back to you at some point when we care. All right, moving along. Now, let's read this portion here together. This was Nikki who found this. So, Vardy's statement, I'm trying to track down and see if Vardy's statement was released. Very interesting. Those of you who can recall, there was an article at one point in time in 2020, I believe it was 2020 or early 2021, Macmillan wrote an article, and it was only in there temporarily, where she referred to the Vardy interview in June, which of course makes sense, right? She went from very important witness to getting charged. After June 4th, immediately after June 4th, June 5th, things started really heat up in the RCMP stuff to do with Lisa. They started obtaining warrants. So June 4th was when they did the last RCMP press conference, and then they're like, oh, this is the story. There you go. Next day, they're motoring off and starting into warrants on Lisa's phone and, a bunch of other things. So I guess they have plausible deniability, oh yeah, we just found this now. But this is 2020. But there was an interview done with Vardy. And Macmillan talked about it in an article. Just briefly, she said there were 1, 2, 3, 4. I can't remember how many interviews she said. But she spoke specifically about an interview that was being done in June. They deleted that part out of that article. I read it and I know I talked about it subsequently. I was never able to find which article it was again. But I know that obviously they would have spoken to her. Now, Lisa's interview from June has not been released with Vardy. Maureen refers to it, I believe, kind of in this, in her interview with the MCC. So let's read through this because this is Nikki. This is Nikki's discovery. Great, thank you. Oh, the shoes, right? So the shoes, reenactment, goo with the, where's that? Hold on one moment. This is going to take me a while to find. One moment. The FIS report about the shoes. Those for you who are newer to the story, there was a reenactment done with Lisa Banfield. The shoes that she was wearing in the video, I'm like, well, and then obviously lots of other people noticed it too. The shoes that were being worn appeared to be also on her feet and during the reenactment. And so I was like, well, what the hell is going on here, man? Are you taking the shoes off and throwing them off in the bush and then suddenly finding them and taking a photo? All right. Well, sounds kind of crazy, right? Maybe not. Maybe not. Let's go to Maureen's statement. This is Nikki again. So many thanks. Okay, at some point you accompanied Lisa down to Portapique, with the RCMP. Can you tell us about that from the beginning? This is her MCC statement, Maureen Banfield, 59032. A few weeks in, actually days in, so at the points Lisa was saying, I want to go down because Vardy was saying they didn't find her sneakers. Okay? They didn't find her sneakers. I'm going to have to go back to Sutton because he was looking around for this. He was looking around. He was helping with that and see if anybody in there, the dog handlers mentioned this, the PDS guys. They couldn't find the jacket and they didn't find the rope thing or the handcuffs, all the things that she knew that she had experienced. Now, why the handcuffs are going to be out in the woods when they were supposedly in the car. I don't know. But I mean, again, I think we're seeing some holes. And they never did find the rope thing. And she was very concerned that people didn't believe her. Okay. A few days in, didn't believe her. Remember the email with Larkin, David Mark Larkin, talking about how April 23rd, she's already worried. People are looking at her. Why? Nobody, April 23rd, 2020, nobody was looking at her. Lisa, terrible incident. What happened? Right? And all over the media, of course. And she was very concerned that people didn't believe her. And I said, Lisa, it happened. You experienced it. It may have gotten burned. No, because I know where it was. And I want to show them. Okay, so they haven't found them. I want to show them. Anyway, I just said, Lisa, right now you are in the beginning of this, and you don't even have the stability in your thoughts or in mind. It wasn't safe emotionally or otherwise, and we sort of pushed that off. And then she spoke to Vardy again in June. Interview. Where is it? Where is this interview? Because it's going to have to do with this. And he mentioned it. Not finding stuff. And doing the reenactment. But he's mentioning, where's the stuff? Where's the stuff? And she said, I want to just do it. I'm quite ready. But he's also speaking about the reenactment. But I believe in this interview, you're going to find stuff to do with sneakers. I'm not quite ready. But it was playing on her because she knew winter was coming in late summer, and later in the summer, she said, I need to go there. I need to see that. And I said, well, I'll go up. I'll go up first. Maureen's going to go up there. Because I wanted to not be shocked, to support her, that she had to do it. So I went back up, and I was going up because they were posting a sign on my property, one that was sold to Triple M, Bjorn Mersbach, Interprovincial Company, 3M, out of Calgary to Nova Scotia. Sell the property of the person you want to keep separated from your family. The family you want to keep separate. Not making sense here. So she's going up first because I just wanted anything but anyway. I didn't want, what was that? And so I went up and I took pictures and I took a couple of videos just so I could show her what it looked like. Reconnaissance? Maybe? Tinfoil? Why would you do that? So that she wouldn't be so shocked. And so I did that. Then I came home, and then it was a little bit. I think it was late September. She said, I need to go up. I need to go up. So I called Vardy, and we're going to do it. I think we had it planned, and that one of the dates got canceled because something had happened on his side, I think, and we had to reschedule it. And so it was supposed to happen sometime in late October. I didn't know until that morning that Vardy contacted Lisa the night before. Just trying to keep an eye on what you guys are typing. Guaranteed. Yeah. Hello, Freckles. Peter, good morning. Good morning. Okay. I wish I had like a little picture of the shoe here in the corner, but anyway. Contact. Up until that point, I'm the point of contact. Oh, what's this? Yes, good morning to you too. Good morning. Good morning. So we're talking mid-April to present day. To contact her through me, because I sort of had the big picture in hand. Why? Why has all the contact got to be run through Maureen? This is a real weird one. He did not contact me. Vardy has to contact her, Lisa, like to contact Maureen to get a hold of Lisa. What? He did not contact me this one time. He contacted her directly this one time and said that he would go there for her. He would be there. Sorry, he said that he would be there for her, that he's going to bring a crew to help document it. I don't know how long this actually really takes to do, but all right. So you get as many facts as we can. Get as many facts as you can, as we can, and he just whatever stuff. I don't even know. Blah blah blah. Masstown. Okay, so we'll just skip forward a little bit. There's a few elements in here. The reenactment witness that we got to witness. I'm sure I'm even missing stuff here. That it could be part of the videoing. So, of course, they're just sitting around there with them, too. Follow them through the warehouse. And so then they're on about the tree. The tree, right? Yes. Something funny going on. Something funny going on with the handling over there. Gatekeeping. I'm not leaving her, so I followed her and I followed them and I stayed the entire time. Both of them, both sisters did, Janice and Maureen. Of course, then they're also sitting there on stage and support, they say. Support, they say. Support, how are you supportive? You're staring off into space. And we're going in and we're just getting thicker and thicker. And I could tell the main guy, whatever, was getting frustrated. And he was just like, this is going crazy. Like, they're trying to find a tree. They're literally trying to find this tree, even after she's done the recon. And said, no, I know it's here. I know it's here. And she was trying to find a tree that kept her safe. And she kept looking, and even I'm thinking, oh my God, how did you even get through this? Like it was, and she was, predictive programming, hello. And she said, I was on the ground. Well, I was crawling. I couldn't stand up, and we were just kept going, and it felt like, oh my God, this is crazy. But I could tell she was just on a mission. She said, I can't leave these woods without validating. She needed that so badly. The tree. She needed to find a tree. It's not coming out of anywhere. And so he said, I think we've done enough. Like, it's hard. Everything's changed. No, I don't think so. And anyway, we happen to move more left. The tree, unless somebody just up and stole the tree, moving sort of up a little bit, and there was more of an opening at that point, and then we came upon this tree, this down tree, big tree with its big root system up. She goes, I think this is it. And I look and I thought, oh my God. That is it. She goes, that's it. And I thought, oh my God, she found it. And so I took pictures. I want to see those pictures. since they didn't want to show us the tree. Since they didn't show us if the tree fits. Huh? Whose line was that? Like the OJ. And I took pictures because I didn't know. I mean, I think, I don't know if I trusted at that point. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure we had some control over something. And she referenced in, I'm not sure how a sister is supposed to be controlling, but anyway, in an RCMP investigation, she had referenced in retelling her night from the beginning of searching around, because she had heard that this animal was trying to find something to at least ward off anything. Right. Okay, it just gets really and the bizarre, there's a rock in the woods, so not shocking. There's a rock in the woods, okay. But anyway, it was a rock. It was just big enough for her hand. It was there. So I took a picture of that and the tree stand and all the kind of stuff. And then she escorted them back out from there. And then we went up the road and she's trying to describe where the fire was. Then she said, no, that's down there. She said, no, I was standing right here and I got up from the tree thing. And the fire was right here. Or sorry, right there. And he said, oh, yes, you're right. So then we got out of the woods and we met up with Vardy and them near Leon's trailer and stuff. Well, what, did you go away from Vardy now suddenly and then you met up with him? I don't know what's going on. That's where she ended up. And I said to Jan, I yelled to Janice. I said, she found it. She found the tree. And Vardy, I don't know, we were missing all this in the reenactment because I don't see, hey, Janice, she found the tree. Vardy looked stunned and looked at his boss or whatever. I guess Vardy was along for the reenactment video. He must have been in the background because it was Rose, Corporal Rose Berthium, who was the one that we saw. But there was a few of them there for sure. And he said, yeah, it was there. So I think it was just clear vindication for Lisa. I think she felt good about that. She was really fixated. But she was still really fixated on not finding the tie that was on her wrist, not finding what? Her sneakers and her coat. They later found the sneakers. I don't know how they found them. Then I said, pardon? When does the FIS report say that they found the sneakers? Did they take them off of her feet and literally toss them into the fucking woods and then try and pass it off as, oh, we found them? When does the report say that they found it? Where's that? One moment. There it is. Oh, no, that's doing that thing again. May 1st is when the report is filed. April 24th, search team located a second black, what do they call it? Lunchbox or something? I can't, let me see. Give me one moment. I could just open the file. That probably would be easier than the picture here that Nikki kindly provided. Okay, so the report is filed. This is 18505. The report is filed on May 1st, 2020. Okay, here's the show. April 24th, return to picture properties search team located Brack, Lana, I don't know what the hell that is, Lululemon, Lunar Lawn Nike sneaker in a ditch across from from 200. And here we go again, the second shoe found. What date? April 24th. How do you find the sneakers if Maureen said the sneakers weren't found? They weren't even found during the quote before the reenactment. And she was really intent on finding where the sneakers and everything were. But sometime they were found later. Get your time machine out. Or the Sharpie. GPS on the tree. Yes, they were found across, but the date doesn't work, does it? Not according to Maureen, even. That's a problem. And yet, there she is in the video. Let's see. One moment, please. There's Jerry Rose, and Lisa hanging out. Now, what shoes is she wearing?
And then after that, we came inside, and he was having a drink, him and I, and since the COVID thing, we've been talking to our friends down in the and as if this was the stairs going upstairs. He was parked right at the bottom of the
those
stairs.
are the same shoes.
Yeah.
Who's inside the
Yeah.
garage?
Let's have a look. Okay, we need the gray on the back of the shoe.
At the time when you guys were having
Yeah.
the little celebration. you were
Yeah.
talking
He
about.
always kept it in the garage.
Okay. Any other vehicles? When I take the back,
It's got a tab. Can't quite tell. It's got a tab.
they were fairly well.
Yeah, it's like this.
All right, does it have a tab on the back of it? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. My apologies. But how does shoes end up? It's possible it's not the same shoe. Is it the same shoe? Not the same shoe in the photos that she's wearing? Okay. It's possible she shows that specific and bought another pair. Same shoes, same Lisa. Not the same shoes, according to Despicable. Costco she bought in bulk. Different shoes. Okay. All right, but that still doesn't explain. Irrespective of whether it's the same shoe, irrespective of whether it's the same shoe. Let's just say it's not the same shoe. Fair? Now, how is it that the shoe is supposedly found April, what was it? One moment. April 24th, right? 2020. And yet, according to Maureen, the shoes weren't found until after the reenactment. That doesn't work. Go gadget time machine. That's a problem. Yeah. It doesn't matter whether the shoe is the same or not, right? Maybe it was just God's way of saying, look closer. Just look closer at the shoe. The report says they found it April 24th. Maureen says they didn't find it until afterwards. She's pretty clear about it. We need to go down there, Lisa says. We need to go down there. We need to find the shoes. We need to find everything. Okay, yeah, we can do that. I don't know how they found them. How is it she can found the tree if she'd already found it? I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate that, Despicable. It's true. I just think, sometimes there are divine things that come around. Look closer. It may not be that, I'm like, whoa, the shoe looks the same. Other people, same thing. It may not be that, but it's like, look closer at the shoes, because you'll see that they say they find them, but they really didn't until later. And then they said they found them earlier. Ouch. How does she find the tree? Is the point there? Very good, Nikki. Very good. Now, it will be also in the Vardy statement, right? Because, well, apparently that was spoken of to some extent. We didn't find the shoes. We didn't find the coat. Is that going to come up in that interview? Watch them go back and fix shit now. I think, Bryson's line of questioning the other day, I'm still really trying to figure that one out. And I was talking it over with a family member, and it doesn't make sense, other than maybe he's playing some 64D chess, which is very possible. That's the only thing I can think of. But his line of questioning in terms of the fact, can notes get changed? They absolutely can. Can reports get changed? Yes, this happens. Falsified. What was the one down there in Nova Scotia? I remember reading that early on. It was to do with a drunk driving conviction. And the judge completely admonished the RCMP, gave them shit for changing shit. And he's like, no, like, I don't know how much clearer I can be. You guys lied. You told me in your warrant that this was true, and it was not. This is not, crazy talk. It happens. And Bryson proved that, funnily enough, the other day with his line of questioning, even though I didn't necessarily understand and still don't why he was, because the Maxwell narrative is the Maxwell points on that. Very important, because I'm not seeing any validation still yet with this choking story. I haven't seen it. Who was it that read Glenn's statement? See, everybody's probably read all these things, and funnily enough, I haven't read that one. Like, I read really strange stuff. Glenn, let's just have a quick boo at his, because even though he's mentally has some issues, let's just see what he says about that. Angela Doucette's statement does not mention anything to do with the hot tub. Sorry, I'm hopping all over the place. This is Glenn Portland interview RCMP. I believe. Oh wait, yes it is. All right, so let me run that quickly through OCR. We'll try some keywords on it and see if anything comes up. Recognize text. Where are we at here with you guys' stuff? Clinton said he hid in a tree that was fallen down too. Her story is hard to believe. He had shoes and socks on too, likely. Yes, Clinton got hypothermia. And he had shoes on. And I think he had a coat on. Obviously, he ran out the door. Yet no coats found. This is like one of the biggest things. The drone that was sent up that morning could find deer, but couldn't find Lisa. Now she maybe has, not maybe, well, we'll just go with, looks like she has phone, right? Obviously, you know, this is becoming more and more of an issue now. Outgoing calls on phones. How does that work? How do you have a phone? I mean, Clinton's making calls. Hey, fucking come save me. I'm worried about everybody. Where's the warning calls? Where's the call to 911 in here? Clinton said he was hiding behind a tree stump, I believe. Okay. Just going back here. When you're one with the tree, it's always, look, she found the tree. She found, I don't know if I was having a hard time trust. Yes, okay. So let's see here. Let's try find solved. Oops. Find assault. No mention. Glenn, okay, we have to factor this one in. Glenn has some pretty serious issues. He's eating sorbet. Sherbet, some people pronounce it. All right, now, quite a few years ago. Choking. All right, 5 appearances of choking. Let's see what Glenn says. I think he was pregnant again, didn't want any more kids. He never wanted Gabriel, didn't want any more. So crying, screaming, Paul. Okay, choking her. All right, so here we go with that. The Glenn Neal, there's definitely, you can see the sides. Okay, going down. All right, now here we go. Sold the house in Edmonton. Interesting. I just saw a lady who's friends with Glenn saying that Gabe bought the house for him. I bought the house. Okay. I paid him right back as soon as I sold my house in Edmonton. Blah, blah, blah. Going along. Seems pretty coherent for somebody who's experiencing all these issues. He lived on one road, on another road, bought a house across from mine. Built massive garage across the street. Anyway, Anyway, we were over there one day. He was on his 4-wheeler with his girlfriend, Lisa. There was a friend of mine called Richard. He's a Jehovah's Witness. Drank like a fish, smoked weed all the time. His brother Dave was there. All right, so we have Dave and Richard, which that one doesn't work. reading through their statements, which I can go back and maybe we should do that. And his brother Dave was there. Gabriel said, "Yep, this is my brother. He does things with Lisa all the time. Excuse the language, and she's doing things with him." And I pick up my beer anyway. I walk back to my place. Richard took off and went down the road because he lived on the same road. I don't know what Dave did. He just sat and finished his beer. So Lisa went down the road to see what Richard was doing. She was feeling bad for him, and Gabriel looked stupid, just looked stupid, apparently. I just went back to my house on my four-wheeler and followed her down to Richard's place and said, "Get the hell off on the bike. We're going home." So she did. I had another beer. A lot of intoxication going on. Okay. Thought I wondered how Lisa's doing, because I knew he was off the rails. So I went through the woods to their place. He was straddling her. Okay, so now we don't have Richard or Dave there, right? Well, he got up, big man, big fists, he clenched them. I thought, Jesus, if he hits me, he'll knock me into next week, big bastard. Richard pulled up. Okay, now Richard's coming into the scene and said, "Leave Glenn alone. Leave Lisa alone." Well, he shook his head, came out of his fog. Lisa came, jumped in, ran up to the house. Okay. I thought he was going to follow her, but he never did. So I got in Richard's truck and we screwed off to my place. Lisa phoned me on her cell phone. She said, "Glenn, I think I'll go to Truro and get a motel room." And I said, "Well, as long as he doesn't find you again." I said, "He didn't follow you, I don't think." Yeah. Okay. She said, "Well, I'll go to Dartmouth. I don't know yet." Well, I think she decided to go to Dartmouth. That's when they had a house above the denture shop. Maybe another drink of coffee, just a sec. So Richard doesn't witness any strangling. Dave's not even there. And it's only Glenn. And Glenn has problems. And we've got Brenda, dumpster fire. We have Maxwell, who's like, "No, wasn't an assault. It was a traffic offense." Why is this stuff important? Why do I harp about it so much? Because it's the narrative that they're trying to spin all the time, like right in the media very early, right? Brad Hunter. I don't know Brad Hunter's story. Right away. Femicide Observatory coming out. There was an article somewhere, I have it on my computer somewhere, and they said, "Oh yeah, we knew it was femicide right away. Had to be." And that was on the 20th or the 19th, and I'm like, "What the fuck, man? How would you know that? How would you know that it was femicide? Where are you even coming from? You don't even know the victims yet." Nobody did at that point. And they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, it's femicide." Coming from such illustrious organizations that are heavy with police, such as the Canadian Observatory for Femicide. Lots of police in there. Fitch has dealings with them from prior. Lisa's claim there was a Peter, not Griffin. Interesting. How can they? Because the media wants to sell this. I mean, really, not just the media. I see it around. You're going to say that her hearsay testimony, to which she stipulates is hearsay, how can you even hold on to that? It's garbage. I want to rename this. When I was talking with a family member yesterday, they said, listen, everything in here is hearsay. That's what it's all about. They have no problem admitting hearsay. So you just want to come along and say, somebody told me that aliens are running this commission. They'll believe it. Literally. Hearsay. You can't use hearsay as evidence. And this is what this clown show over here, where's that at? Might as well get them up. This is what they're trying to say. Hearsay is perfectly fine. Bullshit. Now, so we have from Glenn's statement now. Glenn's statement says Richard came along after the fact, right? Let's see if what Richard mentions. I ran through this for those of you a few times now, but for those of you who haven't heard, this is important. Richard. Let's start with Richard's statement. I'm pretty sure I've highlighted it here. And you need Dave's statement too. Find assault. Oh, this one's the wrong one. And where is my correct copy? 9 pages. Get over here. Kind of interviews that. All right, no appearances of assault. Joking. Choked. Richard Ellison. Other than the jealous incident with Glenn, did you ever hear him talk violently or inaudible? Not really. But that one time now that he went kind of ballistic and then he went back over there and pretty near choked Lisa to death. Yeah, he had her down on the lawn with his hands around his neck. You saw this? Well, no. My brother and another fellow who since passed away. Oh, yeah. Who? That's Elson. So you've got, no, Richard's out now. But suddenly Dave saw it. Let's see if Dave mentions it. Does Dave mention the choking, you think? So they say that Richard, no. So hearsay, gone. Dave Brown, Dave Lilly. Why do I not have it here? Strange. Dave Ellison. Is that what I'm looking for? Yes, Dave Ellison. All right. David Ellison. No mention of choking, assault. No. No mention. Lynn. No mention. Lisa. Let's see what he says about that. Insignia, Lisa drove up, quiet markings on the car, details on the car. They had separate bedrooms. How long were they together? 6 to 8 years. Miss Blair, Lisa McCulley. You know Lisa very well. I don't know her name. Gabriel's Lisa. Lisa. Just Gabe and Lisa. Oh, you're invited. The party's at the bar. When I first met Gabe, Lisa was young. Da 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 da. Oh. Not even mention it. No mention of choking. No mention of assault. Nothing. So who are you left with? A Brenda, hearsay. Glenn, demented. I don't know. He has Alzheimer's and I think some other condition. We'll just leave that one alone. Has had it for a long time. He's the only person. But you can't bring him up forward to answer to this. And yet you've got and hearsay all over the place. Hearsay. You have Glenn who's phoning people after the fact. He phones people after the fact. Phones the Hudsons. Who else was he phoning the other day? Oh, he phoned Angela Doucette. Oh, do you remember the guns? Says he. Where's that? Angela Doucette. Mary Chippen. John Hudson. Nancy. Didn't see anything. They're very honest and say it's just a bunch of hearsay. And also say Angela and Brenda exaggerate. However, Angela doesn't indicate anything about it. Let's find Glenn. She called on the day of the 19th. I think I highlighted it. Psychopath, trying to look for terms. Did you see any of these unmarked police cars like his home? No, I didn't see them. So it's hearsay. She's getting it from Elson's Elson's widow, Elson Sutherland's widow. I heard stories. You see, it's just all hearsay. I heard. If you go through and you heard, I heard. What did you hear? This one, like the hidey hole stuff. Well, I approached him. This is a guy to do with the lawn mowing. Remember that's come up? The lawn mowing one? They've supposedly got some A, B, B, C, D, E, whatever person, unnamed, who apparently saw Wortman punch somebody else. But they don't have the somebody else. They have an unnamed person who witnessed something. But you don't even have the victim. This one, hidey hole stuff. I approached him because he needed money, so he thought, okay, so apparently I wasn't there. Gabe approached him, chit-chat, Gabe talked. Well, I have a secret room. I dare you to come and try and find it. This is the mower guy. Lawn mowing. Alan Rook. Well, I can't find any statement for. And he's like, no, I'm just here to do some work, right? He didn't want to get involved with this Gabriel. Anything else? Who was the person there? I don't know. I don't know if I want to mention his name because I don't want to really get him involved with this. But, well, I suppose I could. I mean, he's not gonna tell you much more than I did, Alan Rowe. But Alan didn't go in and see. No. Go in and this secret. No. And I think it's probably time. Maybe somebody's at a house party talk to Gabriel. And you also mentioned that you heard that Gabriel was violent, or there was violence. But you didn't see it. What did you hear say? Well, I heard about the confrontation on the beach, and I'm not sure what took place there. I don't know if it was violent or vocal or both. They don't have anything. Like I keep screaming this one from the mountaintops. Nothing that they have surfaced. Bring it, and that's fine. You don't have anything. Shut the fuck up. Honestly. You have spent millions, tens of millions of dollars on this one. And I'm gonna hazard to say easily upward of 100 million, framing this whole fucking goddamn narrative. And you have zip. You maybe have somebody who has dementia, maybe with an axe to grind. Understanding the background of this family is, like Neil and Glenn, and of course they're titled on the property. Nobody ever mentions Neil's on the property. It totally makes sense. Hearsay. It's all bullshit. And you have a man. This is disgusting. You have a man who is supposedly was in charge of the whole entire fucking justice system in Nova Scotia, sitting up there. Disgusting. Does he not know Law 101? Hearsay. Garbage. That's about what it's worth. You don't have nothing. If you don't have nothing, and see, that's the problem. They know they don't have anything. Otherwise, you would have seen it all over the place. And you would have seen it from day one. Zip. Zip. But this is what you're going to get. Where are they at now?
Being thin, with anorexic, the disease that comes, it's not just the disease of weight loss, but it then becomes, a mental disease.
I think there's mental disease going on.
So with that, I certainly thank you for bringing me to the table, because our voices need to be told from the perspective of an Indigenous woman. Walalin, walaliok. Thank you.
Aaron's part Indigenous, my understanding. He was a victim. Male. What's going on? There's nothing to do with any of this stuff. It's all a psyop. The entire thing. Because you don't have any evidence. Zip. You're going to try and lose people with goop that has nothing to do with the April 18 and 19. Whether these discussions need to be had, I'm sure they do. Find the right venue. Wrong place. Krista, Emma, Leaf, balls. Nothing. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. It's all smoke. And I'm a smoker. I should know. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it. But please, when you read through statements, this is the important part. Look for those terms. Where? Dave. Hot tub incident. Talk to Angela. Well, Angela doesn't mention it. I don't know what's going on there. Look for these terms. Hear, heard, somebody told me. When you hear that, or sorry, when you read that, all it is a clue to look at something. It's something that means you go somewhere else as an investigator. You go to the source, which is why Brenda's article at the beginning was such a trigger for me. I'm like, you've got nothing here. Where's Glenn? Bring Glenn. And I stand on mountaintops and I'm like, bring Glenn, bring Glenn, bring Glenn, bring Glenn. Hearsay, hearsay. It's all. Where's the person? Where's the person? Oh, finally in November, Global comes along. Oh, he's got dementia. Sorry. This is like Much Ado About Nothing, but on crack. Like this is gone so far out of control. It should have been dealt with right away. But I can see how people can get lost because the media influences people. You read people's statements in here. They're mashing things together. But most of them are really clear about it. They're like, well, I've heard that in the media, but I don't really know. I know that that's what they say happened, but, I don't know. Why do a walk around video? The guys. Who are the guys? She mentions guys a couple of times. Why aren't the lawyers letting out and complaining about this process or lack? Why not? Do you do it to the media? Do you just say we're not happy with this process? Or do you stand up as a lawyer and you say to the judge, I can't help my client? You're restricting. How many times have you guys watched other court processes? I'm not saying this is court. This is a total ad hoc thing. It doesn't mean that they can't. Now, family member I was speaking to about it, and I'm like, they're like, they can't. And I'm like, please, I with all due respect, I respect you, obviously, all family members as much as I, can from the bottom of my heart. Show me the vice grips, like physically, that are pulling their tongue. There is nothing saying that they can't get up at that podium and say, what are you doing? Why are you screening our questions? Why are you not allowing us to ask certain questions to victims that you permit and don't permit other ones? Why is that? Why is it that when we've got a table full of lawyers here, because there's 22 families represented there, right? Why is it that, sorry, 20, well, there's not 22, I should say. I need to clarify that. 21, maybe less. Not exactly sure the exact number, but I know Heidi's family is obviously not there. But why is it that, show me the vice grips? You don't go out to the media and say, I can't ask questions. You only do that, maybe, if you can't get it when the answer in court, but that's also suicide to your case. Though some lawyers will tend to do that from time to time. I have seen it. But you certainly address the court and you're like, Your Honor, I am hogtied here. You aren't permitting me to do my job. And I would like to know why. Objection. Where is it? Crickets. Crickets. 2 people have raised this to a small extent. Linda, I believe her name is Linda. Miss Hopman raised it, representative of the Oliver family, right? Raised it and said, to small. She was very couched about what her languaging, but she did raise it to an extent. The other person that raised it, the most vocal one, funnily enough, was the gun control lawyer who appeared at the very beginning. Somewhere I have her excerpt, and she said, I don't understand, these roundtables, we're not permitted to ask questions to them. I don't understand why this is going on. And there was some dialogue between who? The commissioners and her on the record. And we got to see it. And that's what lawyers need to do. Because that's what lawyers do. At least in my family, they certainly do. Look for the words. Heard. You didn't see. Heard. Hearsay. Hearsay equals garbage. You hear who you heard it from, and then you go to that person. You go to the source. And if it's not there at the source, then it's a whole bunch of nothing. I don't want to throw. I try to be very respectful of the families and their lawyers. I may have some issues with some of it, but because I see Jeannie's comment here. This is a job. This is something that people put on their resumes. But honestly, you can't put that on your resume. You can't put, I went out to the media and complained, or I left, or I did something or other. You can put on your resume, I fought for my client balls to the wall. And everybody knew it. Just saying. Trying to be very respectful of everything. One lies in a forest, you can still hear. Now, I still have some in-text messages. Maureen, Greg Vardy, Maureen asks about the money no less than 3 times. Access to the properties. When are we going to have access? But where's the money coming from? Really coming from? It's going to have a flag in the corner. That's why they're shitting their pants. Dollars to donuts. Dollars to donuts. Real cars. Brings facilities. Nazi eyes. RCMP issue weapons. Fast and freezy. And then you can piggyback other garbage on top of it, like gun control. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is, where did the money come from? Where? How many people knew about this? How many police officers were aware? They knew about cars. Why didn't they do anything? Why is it that Maxwell, the intelligence report, didn't come up in his phone or on the call? He should have got it. It should have popped up when he did a check. Didn't come up. Did they delete it? Did they know? Oh, just don't go there. Why have we not seen the tree? Why did she not get in the tree? They just show a tree. It was hollow, right? Did she say she went in the tree? Sorry, help me with that. Did she say she went in the tree? Or just in the hole? Anybody remember? I'm sure you guys do. Just delayed response. She said roots. Okay. Where's the tree? Where's the tree? Wander around the tree. Let's find a tree. Oh, look, there's a tree. Must have been it. Jews. Alice. Hudson. Brenda. Fire. Ooh. You have? Not very much of anything so far I've seen. You don't have hospital reports. You don't have doctors' names, like real hospital reports. Doctors' names, nurses' names, paramedic names. But you do. Incentive. Motive. Okay, so who has... I won't keep grinding. Hearsay. Hearsay. And when you see it, call it out. When you see it in social media, when you hear these yahoos Not those ladies there. I have obviously zero issue. I don't even know who the hell these people are. Leaf, yeah, okay. Hearsay. When they bring evidence, hearsay. See it in social media? See an article? Hearsay. Just put that. Hearsay. When you know it to be hearsay. If they know the gig's up and people see through the bullshit, maybe they'll start surfacing the real proof, and lots of it. Hospital reports, doctors' reports, nurses' reports, testimony, affidavits of all of that. Friends, innocent bystanders who just happened to witness something. We're more than happy to give testimony about all of it. Police reports. Or you've got what? Smoke. Went down the crossroads. I have 2 recaps. All right, excellent. Let's hear Julia, please. Very interested. Let's start with what you guys have uncovered. I'm curious. That would be good. Let's ask them. Statement. Elaine, mother, Whitman. April 21st, 8:06. 24-minute interview. Mosier Whitman. Okay. Mosier Whitman. All right, I have a task ID for them here. I don't have an interview for them. Mosier Whitman, she was sitting in her house, heard a snap, looked outside, saw people running around. Lots of shots. This is down in Shuby. Is this Gerald Whitman's statement? A moment. Here's Gerald Whitman's statement. Two officers. One had a safety vest. One's face down on the ground next to her car. How do you know whose car is who? Her car, but anyway, interesting. Man dashing around wildly, shooting in vehicles. In vehicles. Plural? Whoever Mr. Workman / Banfield crew is something very large. It doesn't even necessarily have to be in this country. All right. She wondered why. Wondered why they're shooting in vehicles. She thought maybe destroying radio equipment or shooting passengers. Shooting in vehicles. Mm-hmm. He was shooting up both police vehicles. There were three people shooting. One person was down and 2 others shooting. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. I don't want to interrupt you, but whose statement is this? You said it's Elaine's? I only can find Gerald Whitman. Elaine Mosher Whitman. Isn't that interesting? There only seems to be the 3-page task ID. I don't know if that... Oh, okay. Yes, all right. So you're referring to this one. Okay. Sorry. My apologies. Next and X. So 3 people shooting. Uh-oh. It's almost like Fisher with they. Next SUV showed up. He put items in gray SUV. Before he left, he opened trunk of cop car and there was smoke. Thank you, Jerry. Okay. I wonder, reading through Jerry's after this might be worthwhile. Yes. Teamwork. How things are done with the good team. Morning, Dawn. The man got into the SUV and drove towards Milford. The SWAT showed up with a couple of them with rifles. Left her on the ground. Oh, did they move her? He was shooting over the female officer into the car. over the female officer and into the car. Why? Next point. She wondered why the man was shooting into the vehicle if there was no one there. Another cop came and tried CPR. Fire trucks never showed up until the end. And nothing was left, so sprayed underneath. That's Bernard saying, stop, you're going to destroy the crime scene. She thought there were 3 people shooting. The one person was down, female officers, and 2 others. Graphic images. Each had rifles. Okay, now that's interesting because according to Addie McCallum's notes, he says that there are carbine rounds on the ground. How are there carbine rounds there if he was using a handgun? And Heidi's using her gun. Each redacted that see the end. Pictures show different. They couldn't see what was going on with the car. The ambulance came, blank. It looked like the fire department just sprayed underneath the cars because there wasn't much left, blank. Then left officer. Then they taped off area, kept traffic away. She saw people taking measurements. She just saw the back of the man, so now it's 1. Boots or shoes, not runners, pants, or rather than jeans. Well, so he changed. I'm not following because he has jeans down at the gas station, right? That was what they tested for DNA. The pants. Didn't have a cap on in the picture. Has a rifle in hands in picture. Didn't see anyone else get into the car. Describing RCMP car. Which is the fake police car? Well, that would not be known. That would not be known. Even still, you can't say definitively. That's them sewing stuff in people's heads. That one's real, and this one you can call the fake one. The gray SUV is in the picture as well as the body of the officer. She took the photo of the man in the SUV. Now, no mention of white truck that we can see, right? Maybe in here. Okay. Okay, scratch that. All right, sorry. Scratch that last comment about the redacted pictures at the end. Fire department there, short time, told stand down. Bernard was not happy with them destroying the scene. He's like, stop that. All right, now, Linda's going, okay, so no mention of white truck. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go back to Linda. Linda's on deck now. Hello, Nicholas. How are you doing? Good morning. Morning. The guy in the SUV drove up, went over to the Mountie car, got in the back seat. Next thing, Buddy was shooting inside the car, and he left with that truck. Okay, where is that coming from? (10:54) Lane Mosher Whitman took photo of perpetrator just before entered SUV and departed. Also captured 3 photos of on scene taken 10:57. Would have washed evidence away. Well, don't know. It's plausible that this man is Craig Vanderkooy, whose evidence is discussed below. Yes, Craig Vanderkooy, or I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yeah, I have looked at his statement. I think where I might have it on my computer saved. Just hold on a second. Highlighted. Of course not. Great. He was the guy taking pictures. Bye, oh dear. The statement I read the other day, LeBlanc believes that he seems pretty adamant that he saw the person leaving in the white truck. I don't know. But he's going against the waves, which seems to say something to me. Who's to say that there isn't another white truck, right? I don't know. The Shields statements? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She needs a nap. Okay. Because there were a whole bunch of vehicles there. Including a Cooper. Okay. So we've got shields maybe to look at. Who else has a statement there that they want to go through? Or do you have something else, Julia? You said you had two. Mrs. Nassith. Okay. All right. Well, okay. So Julia will do Mary Beth Lauren's statement. Thank you. Describing seeing 3 civilian vehicles approaching the scene. 2 left, 1 remained. She did not see the drivers as her view was obstructed. Uh-huh. Well, there's lots of possibilities. I'm just trying to stick with what people are saying that they saw. Mary Beth Lauren. Okay. All right, so she did 2. She did a 9-page interview. With Firth. Mm-hmm. Okay. Firth. There's also an MCC interview. Statement, Mary Beth. Okay. Firth says, leave no stone unturned. Firth seems to generally be taking care of down there. Bernard said that he thought he saw him when he pulled up. I thought that was really interesting. Again, could just be, he said he thought he saw him. And somebody else running around with and that's after TAC teams come on, so maybe Firth got there before he did. I don't know. I don't think we have a GPS for Firth. Mary Beth. Her brother and father went down to see the fire. Her mother called. Her husband went to see. When her father and brother returned, they said there was shooting. Okay, so we're down back in Portapic. They saw some sparks as well as fire. They were standing on their deck and they, time. Blueberry Fields Road. Witnessed a vehicle. That would be fairly early on, no? Or no? Maybe not. Well, if they're seeing the blueberry field, what time? Blueberry Field, line 66. So him and I decided to take a walk. He was really concerned. So he started to run, and then we started to run. And we probably made it about halfway to the stop sign, then realized that the fire was over, and we drove, ran, or shoot. While we were standing on the porch with everybody, we did hear a car. We heard a car come down the blueberry field. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Sorry. Wow, that's really disjointed. So him and I decided to run. He was really concerned, so he started to run. We started to run. Then we possibly made it about halfway to the stop sign, then realized that the fire was over. Then we drove. We ran back. Oh, shoot. While we were standing on the porch with everybody, we heard a car come down the blueberry field. Forgot about that. Sorry. I said, pardon? But we ran back with my brother. Now they're running garage and said there was a fire. And me and my husband proceeded to the house. Sniffs. My mother told us that they're told to lock down. We had been told that we had to lock down. There was a shooter on the loose. And he could be nearby our house. My husband had come back and grabbed my brother, and then we went. You heard a car? Firth interviewing him. Mm-hmm. Blueberry. Firth said, you heard a car. You say you heard a car. She replies, I know it was a vehicle. She says, 2 headlights, a vehicle zooming that way. We thought it was first responders driving out through the blueberry field, away. No, not making sense. Tried to go down like an access road, then realized that it's ocean end and chained off. Chained off. Carol and the chain. Oh, the blueberry field is such a disaster. That's another dumpster fire. Chained off. So this is from another witness. Chained. So that's 2 witnesses and Carol. Chained. Okay. And this is what they want to use as evidence that somebody escaped when the person told them that they thought it was a first responder. who drove the wrong way? Really? If that's where they're going with that, what time do you think it was? It was dark. Do you know Gabriel Wortman? No. Have you ever seen him? No. Spoken to him? No. Whereabouts do they live? There? Roughly. What road is back there? Clear throats, sniffs. Clear throats, sniffs. Must be sick. How could you not know this person? I think he was pretty notorious. First replies, okay. First replies, just know if you knew, just don't know if you knew him. So what have you heard about this? First says, where are you getting your info from? The news? When is the interview taking place? No date, right? No date. Oh, April 20th. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. No, it doesn't. Oh, sorry. About the road. Doesn't say what road. I'm just trying to ascertain roughly where she's talking about through the languaging. She says they saw fires and banging and assumed it was a hunter firing his gun. When did you first see police? The following morning, Sunday. What? But they heard a car, a first responder. How do you know? How did you find out about the shooter? Sniffs. My mother had called her sister. She had been looking at the news, I guess, on my aunt's phone. My aunt had been looking on her phone. Wow, word gets around fast, eh? And my mom could not get into anything that would tell her. My mom's not good with technology. Who's her sister? Pamela Keating. So Pamela Keating knew about it. She lives a ways away. She lives like blank. And you say that you heard a car. Blueberry Field. What makes you say that you heard a car in the Blueberry Field? We heard some noises. We originally thought that it was like a vehicle coming because it would be the fire department for the house or whatever on fire. Mm-hmm. And the first one we saw, I'm not 100% sure. I know it was a vehicle coming. I remember that we all heard it. And then we turned and we were standing on the far side of the porch on the upper half, and we all turned, and we'd had the lights off to see the fire. So we all saw was like in the dark, yeah, two headlights zooming that way. We thought it must have been one of the first responders. We tried to go down the access road, realized that it was down by the ocean, and chained off and had come back. And we really didn't see the vehicle. I thought it was a car, and then I'm like, no, maybe it's a truck. But my mom said that it was a vehicle, and it zoomed. Huh. So they have to have a view. They have to live, what, Portapic Crescent? But how could they see? Maybe their balcony wraps around the fire? Ah, I can't remember what you said, that you went down to the fire to see the fire. Ah, my mother and father and brother. Okay, and what are their names? Ron and Patrick Zimmerman. Ah, okay. And are they being interviewed? Yes. Okay, the Zimmermans. They were the first two interviewed. Mm-hmm. All the people at our house. You interviewed all the people at the house? Yes. My mother, Patricia Zimmerman. My father, Ron Zimmerman. My brother, Patrick Zimmerman. My husband, Connor Lawlin. And my daughter, Blank. Why? Oh. Are they? Who's in the house? Okay, her daughter. I see. She won't be on the witness list. Saw police cars driving by Sunday. How could you not see anything? What did they have a sleep after this? Just don't know if you knew of him. I've heard that that he shot some people. That it was up in the air whether he stole a police car, whether he had a uniform. This seems. How do you not know him if you live right there? We're not really talk to our neighbors. Wasn't until Facebook that we realized we didn't know her by name. Lisa McCulley. We chatted with her on and off, never exchanged names. We're not really chatty people. Get to know neighbors. Did you hear any shots? Fireworks. Fireworks. Yeah. Cars going down fields, fireworks. This is helpful to certain organizations. Hearing cars. We were staring at the fire first. We were standing there. We heard some banging. We just assumed fire. One of the guys in the area does hunting, firing off a weapon to try and scare away animals. Then we saw smoke billowing, and my husband's like, someone's setting off fireworks. And then he saw little red, so I jumped our gate and ran around. Did you see anyone? No. Where the fire might be, yeah. We knew he had a neighbor. We knew we had a neighbor over there. Okay, that's with a dog. And that's the first time you saw police, like any police cars driving by. Wasn't until the officer stopped by the following morning. Down by the beach. She said it was chained off. She did. Chained off. She heard a car and then saw headlights. But seriously, if this is what they're using, Darren standing up there and saying, a witness saw a vehicle driving out. So it had to be them. But she stated first responder chained off. Oops, Darren. Problem. If this is your supposed escape witness, I've always been looking for the escape witness. I know somebody's going to be yelling at the screen, by the way, at me, which is not good, but does she mean the person that entered from the highway to got down to the bottom when they changed off? Yes, I believe that's what she's implying. Lauren's mother, Patricia Zimmerman, another witness, died May 27, 2022. So what she saw cannot be cross-examined. Good. That's not so good. Terrible that she died. Terrible. "62 years old." Is that her? Yep. Unless there's a Patricia Rose Marie, another Zimmerman. Thank you. Great eyes, Ashlyn. He saw a little red. I call bullshit when we hear what is fireworks, we go outside to look at them. Sounds like Gabriel Wortman could have smuggled stuff on. I'm not seeing a cause of death. Oh, he passed away peacefully. possibly old age. 61, sorry, my apologies, 61 years old. $61, yeah. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't want to go into zodiacs and planes and UFOs. I can't go there. Evidence, need lots of hard evidence. Okay, does anybody have any more statements? Zimmerman, okay, so lots of things going on with the Zimmermans. I guess this must be the blueberry, Darren's mysterious blueberry field witness. Ouch. Ouch. Do I have that clip? Maybe. One way in and one way out.
There was one way in and out of the community. That's important to note that.
Okay, it doesn't say it there. All right, Darren.
Investigation and what we learned to this point. I just wanted to highlight
I think that's where he says. Vehicle leaving through field, 1035.
what we believe. If we can get you to refer to the first image. So after receiving the first 911 call, just after 10 o'clock, officers arrived in the Portapique area around 10:26 in the evening. This information gathered since the incidents occurred lead us to believe that the gunman had actually left the Portapique area through a field at approximately 10:35. So if you note there on the image that I provided, there was a witness that saw a vehicle that was traveling through a field, which was not very common. And what we've done is we've actually been able to determine through video evidence that the gunman had actually traveled a distance of approximately 26 kilometers.
But if that's your witness, they told you that they thought it was a first responder and that the field was chained off. Ouch. Ouch. That doesn't seem very truthful to me. Just seems many witnesses that have died in the area. Bernie Murphy died pretty young too. Yes, he did. Then we had the other person who was at the party with Cindy and Ocean died under dubious circumstances in a hotel. Very unfortunate. Okay, that's a problem. Notice how they just dropped the witness story when that piece of the narrative falls apart. It's like, oh, yeah, no, there wasn't a witness, actually. They didn't see anything. You kind of have to then explain why you were saying that. Well, they must have been mistaken. No, you came out in front of Canada and said that. So the chain and first responders. I have not seen who else witnessed the Blueberry Field Road escape else. So if that is their one witness, they got a serious fucking problem. Lives on Orchard Beach. Do they live on the north end of Orchard Beach? Because it's kind of hard then to see through all the woods and houses and stuff over on Portapic Crescent. They'd have to live north end. To see through the woods, I would think, which would mean that they live beside Frank and Dawn. They didn't notice their neighbor's house burning. I don't know where they're living. I'm just speculating because it would be very difficult then to see through all those trees. And where's Google Earth here? Or they live on the south end, but I don't believe that they live on the south end. So if they live on Orchard Beach Drive here, it'd be odd that they didn't know Gabriel or Lisa. If they live on the north end, what do you have? You don't. You have Frank and Dawn, Leon, Jamie and Greg, Lisa McCauley, Gabriel, Blair Seniors, Allison. I find it very difficult to believe that they don't know Gabriel Workman at all. Afterwards, they changed 1035 to 1045 due to someone else that is parked near Blueberry Field, right? That's Dean Dillman. And so that narrative is toast. But you still have to explain if Dean Dillman's sitting up there, owes the vehicle. I don't remember what time he said he arrived. Wouldn't he notice another car driving by him? And who would have that been? Driving by him and then coming back if it's first responders. Darren's statement is gone now. That was a big oops. Unless they come up with another witness suddenly. Simple question, or I haven't come across it yet. It's just totally possible. Simple question: on whose property does a hollow tree lie? God knows. Fairies does Lisa Banfield wander, manage to wander exclusively on Crown land? The tree. The tree. Oh, look, they found it. What is that? I saw something about Maureen's. Looked like Gabriel was deeded on Maureen's title by name. When I looked at the task report, it indicated that his name was on the title, not the corporation. All right. What else do we have? Does anybody else have something they would like to share? Another statement? Why is the word replica still being used? That's a bunch of BS. Let's just stick with RCMP car or marked cruiser. Marked cruiser, I think, is a fair assessment of that vehicle. Is it marked a real cruiser or is it not? To come to the conclusion, just like coming to the conclusion that she was beaten, is a bit hasty. Understatement and lots of sarcasm there. 136 Orchard Beach Crescent for the Zimmerman, as far as I can gather. Sorry? Oh, Portapic Crescent. Okay, so they do live on the Crescent. No problems. Anybody have another statement that they wish to share? Or should we pick a couple more? Linda, did you have some statements? Did you say that? Or are you just waiting on my email, which never... I got something in a couple of minutes. Oh, great. Wow. Thank you. Excellent. Dean Dillman on Brown Loop, approximately 10 minutes. Page 128, Zimmerman statement says his address is above. Okay, thank you. 136 Portapic Beach Crescent. Did you get my message, Todd? My tweeters. Okay, it did. Thank you. Yes, the carbine rounds on the ground are difficult to explain. Mm-hmm. Lots of people better come and give testimony. Full cross-examination. Audio interviews. Did we establish why 2013 report had a police car mentioned? Not to say a replica. Wouldn't do that to you. No, sorry. I was reading a message to somewhere else. I was like, it's gotten into this stuff. These narratives have gotten into people's heads. Like inquiry's gotten into people's heads a lot. No, not inquiry. But if you keep saying it over and over, things tend to have an effect. I figured that one out a long time ago. Dillman stated he almost upon arrival to Leon confirmed voice message on his machine. Dillman stated he called almost upon arrival to Leon. Leon confirmed. Be nice to see Dillman when Dillman made the call, when Leon received. Leon's phone records would be great. 911 call. I never could get what time I asked. No response. I'll get it. Tiffany McMaster's statement. Strange describes the strange police car she saw. Wow, okay. Not even familiar. All these great people don't know anything about. Tiffany McMaster's. Well, that's a short one. 3 pages. You're reading statements. Great. You figured out the YouTube. That's a whole pile of tech mess. All of this is. Okay. Let's see here. Tiffany McMaster. Not even going to try the Linda's last name from RCMP Southwest Nova. Interesting. I understand you contacted 911 Plains Road. Date is May 13th, 2020. Yeah, my boyfriend actually heading to his place, my place in Great Village. He lives Plains Road to Burt. We're just heading over there. Met cop car. Time we weren't aware he was driving a cop car. And then a few minutes later, his daughter called us. Realized that's who it was. So that's when we immediately called in to say, we seen him. Because you saw a cop car? Okay. Basically, we turned around and went back to his place rather than head to Great Village at the time. So you said your daughter called? You're talking to about your boyfriend's daughter called? Yes, to let you know. Yeah, about the car. It looked like a cop car. It had a light bar on top, but just it didn't quite resemble, I guess. It didn't 100%. Oh, wow. What was the distinguishing feature that told you it was a replica? And then following the car, someone we knew. Then we later heard that he was behind him. Heard, hear, say. Okay, it didn't 100% look like a cop car. Is there anything that stands out? No, not right off, no. Oh, that goosebumps. Okay, I don't know why. traveling on Plains Road, so just give me a little help. We were heading towards, oops, sorry. Which direction? Great. Yeah, we're headed to Great Village on Plains Road towards Londonderry. Ended up turning around. Where would you have ended up turning around after you seen the car? Seeing the car. We turned around, four-way intersection up that way go towards Wentworth or Londonderry. We call it by the train bridge. We saw the vehicle. Where was it headed? Where was it traveling? What direction? Towards Debert. Did you know anything about the person? Just a single man. I'm not sure how this is definitively a sighting. I don't think it is. What time did this happen at? I think it's just a police officer. Feels like everything so long ago, probably 10 minutes before I called in. 10 minutes before. Approximate time, like 10-ish. Phone records. Pretty easy. It's on your phone. And this is what, just for the statement, what day? Sunday morning. Feel important to relation. No, that was probably about it. Okay, that sounds like that sounds kind of like a nothing burger. Strange car. Okay. Sounds like a police car. No, I'm not. No reflection upon you, Beck. It's interesting, the statement. Dylan phone records do not show that time, but he got some call to and from his mother. She does indicate, I believe, in her statement, my gran, the former Rhoda Olive Pipper Nixon Kentville. I'm not sure if that is some insulting comment. True crime for tots, as in tots? We're tots? I'm not following. Not following. Perhaps you can elaborate, Andrew. Send email with notes. Maybe it's my. Okay, so do I have an email? Yes. All right. Paul Thompson, Will Cruz, with William Acker. Okay. William Acker worked on the Portland Street property, 2013. Bill Acker, 28-page long. All right. This is the RCMP interview taken, and this is the MCC interview taken. October 19th, 2021. Getting in our heads. Yeah, well, this stuff gets in our heads, right? It's not a reflection on anybody else. You just keep hearing something over and over. Suddenly it becomes accepted as fact rather than interviewing almost a month and after a fact. MCC didn't care about media manipulation. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna touch on that. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, excellent point. Todd's point. Let's have a look at how this works that way. Now, if we look at which one is this? Okay, that's MCC interview. Okay. So if we look at when Brenda Forbes is interviewed, and just look at this critically. When is Brenda Forbes interviewed? April 22nd, right? 3 days later, in a different province. She hasn't lived there for years. Let's look at this part. Let's put in just a second. Oh, wait. On Nancy Hudson. April 20th. Okay. They're the first people in the media that the media painted as saying, which, funnily enough, if you read their statements, isn't what they said. But not really in the way that they painted. Whatever this is Tutton or something? Or who is this? Canadian Press. On the 20th, Chat News, okay, a National Post, okay? National Post on the 20th. You get a lot of hits back. April 20th. Okay, so you have a witness who's speaking to the media. The RCMP are speaking to Brenda. right? Different province. Brenda goes around and speaks to other people after this happens. She calls back home from cameras. When do they get to John and Nancy Hudson, the ones that are in the paper saying things? Okay, I don't want that closed. I don't know why that wanted to close. Let's look at John Hudson. Right across the highway, literally. They open their blinds. They can look upon all the cop cars that were sitting out there. Right there. When did they go and talk to them? May 15th. Nancy Hudson. When did they go talk to her? Obviously, same time, same household. Brenda goes along, plants seeds for a month. Yet you know about it in the media. April 20th. Yet they wait an entire month. So people's heads get filled with all kinds of junk that pollutes their interviews. But you have no problem talking to somebody in a different province. How's that work? Who then goes around and plants seeds? Like Glenn. Glenn just calls out of the blue, calls Angela Doucette right after this happens, and he's laughing about it. Really? Don't see how this works at all. What we need is Rain Man Guy with photographic memory. I wish I had one. Zimmerman household assumed the headlights were from a volunteer firefighter. Only headlights leaving the area, not approaching. No, they heard it approaching, and then they said they saw headlights. And then Campbell comes out and he's like, "Oh yeah, here's our witness." But they told you. Chain at the end of the road and first responders. So why does Campbell come out and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's the way that they escaped"? Wrong. Okay. Wheel of Fortune, 5 o'clock, big prizes. 5 Drunky O'Brien prizes somewhere. Zimmerman family borders Blueberry Field, Wortman's alleged escape route. Okay. Saltwire. But their statement clearly indicates no Blueberry Field. And the 1035 narrative went out the window anyway, on top of it. So now, where did that come from? Who was that vehicle? Very shoddy investigative work at the very least, or just cherry picking certain pieces of information that may fit a narrative they want. She thought she was describing might have been Wortman's car in Dorrington picture without decals on the side, just the light bars on top. Okay. All 5 Zimmerman members told RCMP investigators they were home the night 18th. Each of them believed vehicle traveling up the dirt road that runs behind the house. But then she's talking about driving and running around. I don't get what the hell they're talking about. What was emerged? No one exactly. That is, that no one in the Zimmerman family seems to know exactly what they saw on Blueberry Field, that road. Oh, so it gets even worse. Okay. Each witness has a minimum 24 hours or more in the stew. There we go. Sorry, I'm just back in the comments, so I'm talking about stuff that okay, I think you probably just made this comment. Yeah, so you're just elaborating on this shit. Program in people's heads constantly. Program. Spin the narrative, feed the narrative, get it out in the media. Just the same, they do the exact opposite. When something is not looking good, then they move on to other stories so that people don't look. Not tinfoil, totally true. But they have, polluted witnesses' minds by allowing them the time to sit and read papers and the Facebooks and the gossips and all of this other shit. And then you've got Brenda phoning and you've got Glenn phoning, both of whom are not why. You got the Facebook spinning out garbage with the glow off sock accounts. Wow. Dirty. Okay. In unmarked RCMP car, GW in unmarked RCMP car ties into Kim Mills' interview research that I'm compiling, as does John Hudson. Okay, so you, Peter, you said you were reading Mills' statement. Are you still working on that one? Where were we at here? Did you witness it? No, I heard about it. This do. We'll wait. Interview you a month later. Right? Hearsay. I thought I was looking at something here. That's not necessary. Get rid of that. The Sun, they said they relied on Pat to tell the story. She was speaking to her sister on the phone when the car went by to confirm at the time. No worries. But I don't know if you guys see it that way, but I can see all the pieces here starting to fall apart, like quite badly. Blueberry Field's going, Lisa's going, Brenda's already gone. The abuse narrative is gone. So then if you don't have these things, what are you left with? All right, bullet points. Let's see here. Thank you. Kim Ruby Mills, COM 12138. All right, let's get that for people. A link. One moment, please. 60 pages. Oh, is that how I did that? No. Okay, so there's the link. All right. Mills. A clique of sodomites, 265. Sorry? May 20th, line 33. I'm not seeing a clique of sodomites. Line 265. Am I reading the same thing? Let's try 265 and see. Uh, 265, I have. Oh, are you surmising? Yes, you know, you went down Joanne and her husband and her son mobile home down at the road at the end of the road. I know you got them out of the house. I'm not following. Sodomites? Trust John Hudson, but not me or Ruby. Tuck family dog. Tucks don't have dog. Nancy says handcuffs. Not quite following, Peter. Can you help me? maybe less summary or more elaboration. And you guys did not do the job taxpayers in Nova Scotia paid you to do that night. Ouch, this one here is pretty hard. I don't know if you were scared, something wrong conditions, because Gabriel knew the only way that he knew that he was going to get away from you guys, that if he impersonated you and blatantly have this other thing. Mike, I can't even believe it. To have RCMP vehicles deckled up, neighbors knowing this for a long time, dude. Neighbors showed you guys pictures of the warehouse with the RCMP car in it, all tagged up. What's the number? That friggin' 208, whatever the number is on the back of it, and you could see the stickers, and the neighbor really didn't want to say anything because he was scared shitless of the guy. Well, he's relying on Brenda, oops. Bro, and Bo exaggerates a lot of stuff too. Oh, just another one. Ouch. 329. So that's Hudson and Mills. Both say Brenda, not very good. She didn't exaggerate him taunting her and then them guys moving out of here because of him. I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. And you guys knew it. She reported it. Well, then what she reported to you guys, you all knew it in the news. When is this interview done? See, so I think the pollution's already started. Again, June 2nd. Kim Mills. Hudson's talked about Kim Mills over almost a month earlier. How does it take them a month to go down the road? You have a month more of phone calls and pollution going on? How many times, when, I bet you, I don't know if they asked him when or if Brenda called. Bet you're going to find she's had a few phone calls. Planting seeds. I summarized the oddball statements. Example, Kim Mills stated that the Tucks had a dog, line 1327. I don't believe that they had a dog. So very, good point. You'd have to ask Tara, but I'm pretty sure did not have a dog. Did not have a dog. Line 33, found strange. He describes strange click. Am I reading the same report? Because all the 33 says is Townsend saying, yeah. Have they changed this one? I could go back and find 123 138. I can find the old one on my drive. Let's see. Calm. They do change them, so, and they've openly stated that. We'll go back and fix them if we find that there's a problem. Oops. I have to go up one more here. There we go. Where's number one? Strange. Well, this is from May 15th. Let's hope that's all right. Line 33. No, I still get yeah. I'm not sure. Line 33. Yeah. Lots of blank. I was loaded. Audio already in progress. Ouch. Ouch. Midway through, our bonfires on the beach road. Yeah, we didn't really care about people who didn't want to come. We only wanted people to come who wanted to come. Yeah, wasn't a big deal. And I was loaded. Yeah. What are you speaking about? Big blank. Graphic. What's graphic at a fire? Okay. It draws a really big conclusion to us good people, right? My wife and I have been married for 37 and a half years. We've been together for 44 years. Yeah, we what good people is all about. Oh, for sure, Kim, for sure. Line 39. Okay. No worries. Terry Budd. I did Terry Budd. Okay, great. Let's just have a quick hello, everyone, says Chipper. Welcome. Kim Mills sounded like she read and listened to Brenda's CBC interview. Perhaps she had a phone call from Brenda, or a few by June. Maybe Glenn. Okay, we know what people that don't care about how they treated us are like. Yeah, but we're trying to stay away from those kind of people. Yeah, try to distance ourselves. Right. I didn't know that there was teams here. I don't understand. Yeah. I'm guessing in the neighborhood or something. The guy worked for me, had me work for him. That's all I really remember out of the bonfire night, to which we've already missed a chunk of the part. John and Nancy, because he started it partway through, John and Nancy kind of and my wife a little bit. They went down to her house or their place with them. Who? And tried to get Gabe to let okay, here we go, to get the stuff. Okay, to get her stuff or something. I don't remember any of that. Oh. And my wife, of course, we were the hosts of the bonfire, so of course we didn't leave, right? Yeah. And that's all I really remember about that night. Oh. More Brenda dumpster fire? Yeah. I worked for him. I found this out later that he owned the house down. So if that honestly is the recounting of the bonfire party night and clothes and tires and cars and tires and ditches, that's fucking sad, man. They don't have anybody. That he owned the house. I even forgot where it was. That was many years ago. Like, we've been away from there for 15 years. Yeah, for sure. And so way back when he had the house, it had a big dumpster contained behind the building, behind the house. I further read in all your reports of this guy was in trouble with his house, and Gabe wanted me to go down and throw everything in the house in the dumpster because he was selling the place. He read in your reports, meaning media. Okay, now it's tainted. And the guy apparently that owned the house, Gabe helped him out financially somehow. Got his name on the title, his name. Now, is this the Zinnick guy? Zink or whatever? Zink's report, by the way, who was out in the media right away, Stephen Zinnick, gone. There's no foundational document for him. He should be a great witness, right? Sold the house right from underneath me, sold all my stuff. I had a big fight with him in the parking lot. Do you remember that story? He stole my house. April 21st. Jesus, the media. Oh. Global. Go away. Not interested. He stole my house. Nova Scotia killer had a history of dubious financial practices. April 21st. Stephen Zink. Well, I'm told it's Zink, right? Heard on the news Gabriel Wortman had gone on a killing spree. He was surprised, but not that surprised. I couldn't believe it. But I also knew what he'd done to me. Where is this person? Zinnick once ran an auto body shop, fell in hard times 2004, and needed money to hang on to his family home in Mineville, Nova Scotia. Wortman offered to help, but a big mistake. Before long, Zinnick was evicted from his house. Father built contacts were sold off. The Hudsons were like, they, of course, who read this article, were like, well, maybe that was the wood that we got. Maybe that was the wood that he gave us was from the Zink guy. Because we read about it in the media. Do you see what it does? Fucking horrific. Somehow, but they waited. They literally waited to talk to people. Waited until this shit could soak into people's heads. And the media was more than happy. Paychecks from government flag check corners. Fuck. Yes. How many witnesses are actually witnesses? I saw this. Not hearsay, not sewn junk. What they actually saw. And even in the witness statements, there are people who are like, well, I heard this, but I didn't see it myself. I don't know. That's what other people are saying. Somehow in the paperwork, he got owned the house, Zink said. He just sucked me right in. RCMP said Tuesday there were 23, including 17-year-olds. Some of the known killers, known to the killers, others were not. Killer is also dead. I like that one line from the one officer. He's like, these people are connected, good or bad. That will come out. I'm not saying anything in any way to take away from any family. That was what the officer said himself. Who was that, Barty? But long before he committed Canada's mass murder, interviews records suggest that Wortman had already left a trail of victims in his wake. How did they find this person? I remember very early on this person. Somebody, Steve spoke to them, who I don't know where Steve's gone, but I guess he's still around. He's just busy or whatever. But I believe he said he spoke to this person, because I was like, I can't do this. You know, I like, can you just talk to people? He's like, yeah, sure, I'll talk to people. And I believe he spoke to this Zink fellow. How does Zink come into the picture? Then they got already Glenn Wortman and the condominium in Edmonton. 2 days after this happened, with no paperwork, with nothing to substantiate it, and your witness is what? You knew about this fellow back then. You knew all his paper records, court records. You'd have to have his birth date probably to pull his court records. Unless somebody's feeding it to them. You know what I'm saying? It's like backdooring cars and guns. Also backdooring stories. Why don't they go and talk to the uncle? No. Why? Because they knew that he was having mental problems. Wait till Brenda comes out a month later. Oh, I have a recording. Nobody believed me. Just like Hudson said, like, no, never asked us, never told us. I don't know what the fuck's talking about. Zink, and Angela Zink, who is related to Lisa Banfield. I don't know an Angela Zink. Wait a second. Yes, Zink. I think I did look at this way back. Zink. Don't know. I am, if Wortman would rip off his own family, what's to stop him from ripping off? Let's see the court records with Neil's name on it. Why are they not mentioning Neil? Why is it other people are saying the money was paid off right away? Why would you need to? This is not, the bridge financing shit isn't even making sense. If you really look at it critically, to me, not the way it works. So no statement from Steve Zink. No, I've looked. I'm waiting for it to come. Not there. You'd think that would be somebody right away, wouldn't you? Oh. No document found. Funny that. Huh. Literally admits she reads MSM to confirm her narrative. Why? Okay, sorry. So, where were we? I'm jumping all over the place. Peter Peter with the statement. Mills statement. And somehow this got the guy the title of this guy house of his house in his name. Okay. And then moved the guy out of his house. And John and I, kind of ironic, John and I, John and Nancy and I have been best friends forever. Yeah. John and I ended up, that's how we got paid, was there was a whole garage full, first floor of hardwood flooring. Well, Zinnick's thing said it was like everything, his shirts and all this other stuff, and he was having the. Let's look at Zinnick's article. Sorry, I had that open there for a moment. Now I think I closed it. Right here. Go away. Oh, look, cows. Feedlotting's not the best. We should move on to something a little bit better. Anyway. Wardman offered to help out. Big mistake. Somehow got paperwork and owned a house. Gosh, it's almost like that line is just something I read. Where was that? Somehow got the name title on his house and put it in his name. Isn't that what I just read? Somehow in the paperwork he got his own house. It's almost close. Zinnick said he sucked me right in. The RCMP said, or Zinc, RCMP said Tuesday they were, okay, blah, 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 sorry. Even his family suffered the impact of his dark side. His uncle, with an autoimmune disease. Okay, so they're kind of copping to maybe what he has from way back, which now is evolved into also having Alzheimer's, dementia, whatever, stage 4. Right out there, man. Had court finding to find himself a target of optimism. 2010, Wortman bought house Portapique, Nova Scotia, needing bridge financing. Until he sold his condominium in Edmonton, he turned to his brother's son, Gabriel. I don't think so, but all right, moving along. This one's going to be a problem, and give the records. Let's see it. Once his Alberta condo was sold, he repaid his nephew, but the denturist refused to release the property back in his name. Why is it that Angela Doucette's the title was in his name, the bills were all coming in his name, meaning Glynn's? Claiming his uncle owed him money, according to the court records. Let's see them. All of them. Don't say it. Show it. Asked to remove his name from his uncle's property at variously claimed owed money. I'm kind of busy. We'll get around to it. And, quote, had to consult a lawyer. Where's that coming from? The cherry picking that out of the court documents? Let's see them. Not hard. Upload them. I'm not very good with tech. I'm sure they can do it. Uncle eventually sold the house, got order of Supreme Court. Zinc. So they should have, these paperwork should be absolutely. Glynn could not be reached for comment. Funny that. Crazy Glynn. No offense on Glynn. But listen, we're all going to get there someday. Zinc had similarly put trust in Wortman, initially believing he was his friend. Wortman's denturist clinic was near his auto body shop when Zink worked, and they were introduced through a friend. Who? Wortman was, quote, smart. In addition to studying denturistry, he had gone to a vocational school, learning to be an electrician and a carpenter. Oh, well, that's news. Where's that? Oh, that doesn't fit, right? He didn't go to vocational school. He went to child psychology, business administration, mortuary, denturistry. What the fuck are you talking about? Zink. At the time, don't say something if you don't know it. At the time, Zink's $38,000 mortgage was up for renewal, but his income as a self-employed auto body specialist didn't satisfy the bank. Wortman offered to hold the mortgage and let Zink continue to live in his house. In exchange, Zink would pay him back along with additional $10,000. Because the bank turned him down? So now you've got loan sharking. Okay. Then he came home and was met by sheriffs. Wortman was claiming that to own the house and obtain and order small claims court public documents. Where? Or is it just Global saying this? Where? I don't see anything. I see Global saying something, and frankly, Global has fucking pissed me off since the beginning on this. When it was transferred to Wortman, who became registered owner in June 2004, Wortman asked for the termination of Zink's tenancy on the grounds that Zink was preventing Wortman from conducting repairs and maintenance. Mr. Zink insists that he is still the owner of the property and did not sign the property over to Wortman. Zink wanted the matter to take the matter to Supreme Court, but couldn't afford to, the documents note. The government sided with Wortman and found Zink was a tenant and terminated his tenancy. Well, I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like he was. I'm not saying this guy is a saint. I'm just simply saying what it was. But Zink tells a different story. He said the deal they signed. Well, let's see it. Said that if Zink missed 3 payments, the house became Wortman's. Zink claimed never to have missed a payment. Claimed. Said. Oh, never good words in law. And he couldn't afford it. Said he couldn't afford to fight it. He knew what he was doing, Zink. It's hard to explain. I was down and out, and he stepped right in. Wortman emptied his house, put Zink's possessions in 2 dumpsters, sold the property for a tidy profit. He was smiling, thought it was funny. Told Global News. How somebody thought that was funny, Well, actually, I find that Glenn's laughing, actually, about a whole bunch of dead people, which is very sad. Now, what is it? Wortman emptied his house and put his possessions in 2 dumpsters. What does first floor full of hardwood flooring? That's what Hudson also said. Came out of a gymnasium. Oh. And Hudson said the dumpster was full of it. But he said in his statement, he's like, well, I don't know. Maybe it was that guy who had all of his stuff sold off. Maybe that's whose hardwood floor we took. No, I don't think you did. But the media's polluted your mind. Very evident. They knew what they wanted presented, gun control 2 weeks after it. Again, I'd say that this is just riding something else. What's underneath it? Coming from where? Guns and money. Guns and money. Where? Government guns, in some cases. Uh-oh, that's not so good. Guns from down in the United States from government-related people. In California, deputy sheriff, tied to deputy sheriff, bro-in-law or something. The Dantura school, well, okay, so he attended vocational school doing carpentry, electrician, and denturist at the same time. I find that hard to believe. Not impossible, but nowhere in his education records does it seem to indicate anything about that. But seems to be thrown about like, hey, this is fact. Really? Are you sure about that? Something smells, takes a month. Something smells. If it takes months to evict someone and get sheriffs involved, Inc. would have received notices via mail about eviction process. So how could he be surprised at sudden eviction? Don't know. Maybe it got lost in the mail. Fast and Freezies. Fast and Freezies. Just like Leather said, every warrant, guns, gun smuggling. Even the way that some things are written, like Wortman didn't have an unrestricted PAL, but you didn't say he didn't have a restricted PAL, which would have everything under the sun in it. Well, that's legal. You cherry picking? You playing funny games with words? Fast and Freezies might explain call to New York cops. Oh, yeah. I'm just throwing it out. I hate Leather backed me up on this one in his own notes. Fast and Freezies. It's in his notes. Why the fuck did he say that? He likes the movie? Really? Oh, hey, howdy, DVD. Okay, so let's see, because we've got Peter's comments still. Okay, so 33, very strange, describing strange clique of Portapickers. Is that pronunciation correct? Indeed, line 42, line 39 to 42. Okay. I have to back up further. Intimate knowledge of gun stash, brewing rivalry, tactical critic. Trust John Hudson, but not me. Really? 1285. Let's see. Let's just, I think I haven't run this one yet. So give me a moment. It stated that somewhere, where do you want to report on Barbara Shields? You can either email me or you can just drop it in the chat. You want to email me? Does that work? Been to Patterson Law twice. Investigator just wants to start video or audio. Working for Gabriel, friend of his. Portland Street. Helped with the warehouse. 8 months. Father sick. Taking care of him for 2 years. Didn't do work for 2 years. Gabe hugged him 4 or 5 times over work and stated, I was the only one in his whole life that never stole from him. I was the only one who stated, sorry, this is Acker. Gabe hugged him 4 or 5 times over the work and stated, quote, I was the only one in his whole life that never stole from him, end quote. Stated he came around and got paid. This is Blue Noses. Thank you. Stated that he came around to get paid from him one night and that the car was all stickered up. Looked like an RCMP car, stickered up. I like the choices of these things. Suddenly there's an RCMP car in this garage is probably what I would phrase it as. He showed me the light bar. He showed me a uniform. He showed me all the push bumper. I've seen a bulletproof vest up there, the walkie-talkie. He had the badge. He had all of it. And I'm like, where did you get all of this? Steve, 7 months prior to the incident, seen the car all stickered up, and Peter was putting a horse on the quarter panel. Which one was this? Hers? His? Talks about how good it was to see him. He was good with his mom and dad. Listen, if you're doing that freehand, sticking a sticker on there, it's going to be pretty obvious, I would think. Beverly Ann Acker, William George Acker, treated mom like it was his mom, me like a brother. Spoke about 8 or 9 little fires along the bank. A couple of old guys around the corner helped with odd jobs. Dave, old Dave. Quote, older gentleman lived across from the cemetery in Yellow Place, passed away. Okay, that's Elson Sutherland. Now he was going to hold the mortgage on the red house for me and my parents, and I could take it off my pay, Gabriel, and the deal didn't go down. And then when I was doing the cottage in 2019, he was going to buy the yellow place and hold the mortgage on it for me and my parents. Is this Sutherland's son? Acker? Maybe I'm mistaken. Yellow House is that not Sutherland? Then and he says it's no, can't be. But he also was going to do Sutherland's. Then nothing happened. He added, it's just manipulation to keep you doing stuff for him. He's done it to other people, right? Question mark. Sounds like he is saying this from what he has heard. Yes, very much so. He's done it to other people, right? He's looking for affirmation from what he's read. Stated all I seen, he was good people. Kids, elders, street people, everybody, me. Tells them he has all kinds of photos of what work he had done. Interesting. Jill's son is Lawrence. Okay, thank you. Do you know my email, DVD though? There that is. Okay. Yes. How could he get if he was smuggling cigarettes? How could he get a Nexus card? No. I think that's kind of like a lifetime ban on the Nexus card. You're caught smuggling. They're crazy down there on the borders. You get something stuck on your file, it's stuck on there forever. Too much money floating around, even for 2 clinics. Way too much money. Way too much money. If he's willing to stake people, what was the line I read in one interview? If someone gave you that kind of money, what would you do? So somebody's giving him money, Boardman money? Is he washing other people's cash? Or government cash? I don't know. Or both? Clayfield. Clayfield is a key, big key. All right, so I ran OCR Mills statement. Let's see if we can find joke. Oops, my apologies. That's wrong. Let's find joke. Oops. Not Coke. Joke. Now. Okay. Assault. Oh. "14 references to Lisa. We're all Porta Pickers, yeah. He wasn't a social butterfly that we all were. We were all called Porta Pickers, yeah, and him and Lisa were not involved in the Porta Pickers. They did not meet the requirements. Majority of people here live full time. Yeah. Anyone who lived in Porta Pick was called Porta Peakers. Most of the time, we had barbecue and a gathering. All it had to be said was Kim and Ruby's tonight, anytime after 6, and the fire pit will be lit, and all peoples needed to know. Didn't need a written invitation. Didn't have cell phones and all that crap to be texting, FaceTiming, and all that other stuff. We just, if word went out, come over to the bonfire. So they moved away 15 years ago or something like that. this guy, I like how he communicates. We're under the impression that you were out in Alberta. What's your you know where my address is. You've got a computer. I told you I'm in New Minas. You know where I am. I'm sorry. That's just the way he's communicating. From what I'm seeing. Give me one moment. Mr. Mills is doesn't, I think, sadly didn't know they were using crayons or trying to pretend that they do. Best thing I had to do here is it happened last year. One of my neighbors got a little stupid. Yeah, blank. Yeah, blank, 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 blank. But anyways, had to go down and talk to RCMP and the new Bible Hill. Okay, why is that all blanked out? Built a brand new office there, new minus detachment. All their new offices and everything, blank, blank, blank. Yeah, for years, dude, for years, blank. Yeah, I don't know, for 15, 18 years. Yeah, blank. And laughing. Literally laughing in his face. He was laughing back at me. Oh, I hit that from you guys and I can't believe that, blank. I can't believe it. I'm so lucky. Well, Kim, to be this old and never been busted, never had one of those charges hanging over my head. Well, it sounds like he's probably something about a DUI. Looks like. I'm happy we're able to have this conversation. Blank, 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 blank. Yeah, I'm in it. Every day, kind of hard. I'm a Pisces. Okay. All right. Seems to go on about I'm buying all the time because blank, 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 more blank. Okay, blank, 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 blank. Oh, in this one, I've never seen this kind of blank. You got a personal information, and within the personal information, you have another personal information. Okay. Blank, blank, blank. Working all my goddamn life, maximum paid Canada pension all my life. And when I took it when I was 60 years old, the government ripped us off for those 3 years. I've taken my Canada pension money that I gave you guys, or gave the government. Gave you guys. It shouldn't say gave you guys, gave the government. It's not one and the same, man. I guess he must have done well. Blank, blank. Well, you have it on Facebook. Yeah, I do have Facebook. I don't use it much. I'm on Facebook. Just follow. Look at just go to my Facebook thing. Yeah. Look at some of the things I printed. It will educate you about how bad government has ripped us off about that. Oh, jeez. Yeah, this guy. I think I'm going to have to read this guy's statement. Obviously, just for a laugh. So I moved back to Alberta 2.5 years ago. I came back broker than when I went out. Edmonton always hang out. They glorified a glorified name. I was a painter, spray painter, 1,000 barrels, epoxy. I used to work in Fort McMurray. I like the way he speaks, and I'm not meaning that sarcastically. Like, he just says it how it is. Like, I could just read the whole thing. There's a lot of blanks. Probably wouldn't take very long. I could probably get this done in a couple hours. 8:12. And she's kind of mad at John and Nancy and Angela that you mentioned our names. Who's mad? Ruby? His wife? Ruby's mad that their name has gotten thrown into this. she's going to beak off and just go crazy as soon as someone contacted her. I don't expect John and Nancy to be so forthcoming. You know, they were inviting the news up their laneway every day for a week after this happened. Oh, interesting. I was talking to Nancy via Facebook. All right, yeah, let's just read this through. Fuck, might as well get this out of the way. Audio already in progress. Problem. Big problem there. Big problem in terms of the interview date. Our bonfires there on Beach Road. We didn't really care about the people who didn't want to come. Only wanted people to come who wanted to come. Yeah. So it wasn't really a big deal. Yeah. And I was loaded. Yeah. Blank. Okay. Not sure why you have to blank so much out. Unless it doesn't help your narrative. Draws a really big conclusion to us good people, right? Yeah. My wife and I have been married for 37 and a half years. We've been together for 44 years. Yeah. You know, we know what good people is all about. Oh, for sure, Kim, for sure. We know what people that don't care about us, how they're treated, are like. Yeah. But we stay away from those kind of people. Yeah. Try to distance ourselves, right? Yeah. And that guy, and the guy had me work for him. That's all I really remember about the bonfire night. John and Nancy, kind of, and my wife, little bit, but they went down to her house or their place with them and tried to get Gabe to let her get her stuff or something like that. But I don't remember any of that. And my wife, of course, we were the host of the bonfire, so we didn't leave, right? Yeah, that's all I remember. So I'm not sure. Were they not present? I thought they went to the house. I thought they went for the drive. Did they not? Maybe not. Richard. Who went for the drive? Richard, John, Lisa. Who went for the drive? Oh, Richard, John, Gabe. Yeah, that's all I really remember about the night. Doesn't seem like a lot. Yeah, I worked for him. I found this out later, that he owned the house down. I even forgot where it was. It was that many years ago. Like, we've been away from there for 15 years. Yeah, for sure. So back when he had the house, it had a big dumpster container behind the building, behind the house. I further read in all your reports of all this guy's trouble. Was in trouble with his house, and Gabe wanted me to go down and throw everything in the house in the dumpster because he was selling the place. Okay, throw everything in the dumpster. Okay, And the guy apparently that owned the house, Gabe helped him out financially somehow. Okay, so this all coming from the paper and the title of his name. And then they moved the guy out of the house. This is Zink? Okay. John and I found it kind of ironic. John and Nancy and I have been best friends forever. Yeah. And John and I ended up, we don't know how we got paid. We got paid whole garage full and first floor of hardwood flooring. That came out of a gymnasium. And our pay was to clean the house out and we could have all the flooring. Interesting. Okay, so they're saying they're throwing all the zinc stuff away for hardwood floor. So he took it. Then I come to find out that all the shit has hit the fan, not paying attention to, why, how we knew that he owned a lot of stuff. Yeah. Kind of back in those days, Commercial Systems. I don't know. Who is Angela? Angela Doucette. Supposedly hot tub. Don't know. Didn't mention it. He was kind of, back in those days, he was kind of flamboyant, I guess you would want to call it. Yeah. And his neighbor, my neighbor, Jill and Elson Sutherland, God love them. Elson's gone now. But Jill thought of Gabe as a saint. God love her. Yeah. And only because he treated her like a mother that he never had. Yeah. And that's another story that you've dug up about his mother. That's another story you've dug up about his mother. So she liked him. We all didn't like him, but everybody likes different people for different things, right? Okay, so I think this is, again, he's referring to the media, I suspect. Yeah, for sure. He took care of her mouth and her blank as if it were his own mother. So good on Jill to like him for that reason, I guess. Good for Jill because he took care of her. I'm not following. John and I cleaned the house out, and of course, I don't remember. You'd have to ask John this. What in the hell we did with the wood? I don't even remember. I'm pretty sure we sold it and made some money because I didn't go down and do this for nothing. Yeah, for sure. Right. Back in those days, I worked for a company called blank. Yeah, I was training Americans on how to deal with industrial shop equipment, and I was their Canadian trainer. Went up the ranks in the company here in Canada, and then got put on a visa, and I went down into the southern states, train Americans how to deal with indoor shop equipment. Yeah. While I was doing that, I was home for 10 days, gone for 21 days. So that's how my month went all the time. So every time I was home, I'd have a project to do. Well, one of my trips home, we went down, cleaned out one of his houses. Yeah. Now I come to find out that the young fella owned the house. Gabriel ripped him off, the best way I could say it. No, you read the paper. Wrong. Come to find out that was the house that I went and cleaned out all the flooring out of. Cleaned all the flooring out of? Zinnick said he threw everything away. Like everything. Stereos, beds, clothes, everything. Which house exactly was it for? Was that if you... I knew you were going to say that. I can't even remember. I think it was down in the South Shore somewhere. Okay. Do you know where Lawrencetown Beach is? Yeah. Okay. So no, sorry. I thought you were talking about a house and maybe you're in and around the Portapique area, but it's Lawrencetown Beach or somewhere down. I don't know. Another story that he told us years ago is that he used to cremate people. Yeah. He used to have a crematorium. Yeah. And I think at this house that we went and did all the flooring, cleaned out, whatever, there was wherever his crematorium that he said he used to own. If even that's the truth, you see, hearsay told us, hearsay. He doesn't know. Okay, I don't know if that's the truth or not, but he did tell us that before he became a denturist, he went to school for being a mortician. Why are you suggesting the answer? Yeah, well, I guess something like that. Yeah, for sure. He did know how to get rid of bodies. Well, okay, that's true. He's a mortician. or a funeral director. I assume that most all of them do. Yeah. I'm not saying this in a deprecating way. It's not a shocker, though. It's like the hospital, people go because they're sick. So even though, yes, he's, Boardman is bad guy because he was disposing of bodies, doing what all of them do. Apparently, because I heard you guys went and did some searching around his property to see if he had anything buried down around there. But the story that we were told, that there was a story that we were told, a campfire down on the beach one day. Okay, so somebody's been telling him stuff that's going on in Port Pick because he has no idea. So who's telling him? June. People are talking to him. And he makes money doing, he said, every time he touches something, it turns to gold. And he said that way back in those days, he said, there's a lot of money in death. Okay. Yeah, that's a kind of funny thing now when we look back at it all. Yeah, for sure. We're a little confused. Yeah, Kim, I'm going to grab some details from you just so we have them. What's your birthday? How do you know? And one of the biggest things I'm more concerned about than you calling me. Yes, Kim, is I need an answer. Okay. And Jill asked you the same question. Okay. Because God love her, I, inaudible, made a drive over there to visit my old people. Okay. Yeah, my old friends. Okay. How come at 11 o'clock at night or 10:30 you bust into her house with all these police officers, SWAT team, whatever it is? She couldn't even describe it because she had taken a sleeping pill to go to sleep. You busted in her house. You didn't even escort her to a safe place. That's in the Hudson statement. Rule number 1, when you tell somebody to get out of their house in the middle of the night, scaring the fucking bejesus out of them, or kajibis, I think that's supposed to be bejesus, out of her, and tell her to get in the car and drive. I thought they got in the car, one of them. And don't stop unless she sees an RCMP vehicle. And then the next day, she's at John and Nancy's, and she's telling John and Nancy what I told her. Ironically, or stupidly, or whatever you want to call it, I don't even have words for this. What if she stopped and seen Gabe? Because you told her not to stop unless she sees an RCMP vehicle. What if she had been stopped and seen him in that rage that he was in? Would she be dead now? Okay, again, this is all conclusions have already come to without an investigation. But they were April 24th, right away. Would she be shot dead now? This is what I know. You guys went out and spent a lot of time talking to her after all this happened. Okay, so there's a lot of interviews probably sitting around. Where are they? I know that you did that. And yes, kudos on you guys for going out every morning and talking to Jill Sutherland and trying to put reality back in her head. Huh? Oh, that doesn't sound good. She has thoughts and you're trying to tell her something else. By the age of that woman will never rest. and her son Lawrence. I don't know him very well because he was never around when we were there. And I can't imagine that that man is standing still and not screaming and yelling at you guys. Okay, I'm having a hard time. Do you guys have an answer to that? Why you told her to get in that car and drive, and you didn't take her to a safe house where apparently your safe house didn't work out to be very safe. At the fire hall. Yeah, because your own police officer shot at the fire hall. Why wasn't it she was taken down away from the road in a safer manner? Okay, so Kim, yep, I'm going to try to do my best to explain this to you. Okay, and I have a feeling that he's going to try and de-escalate. Here comes let's see, the training comes out. I have a feeling you're probably not going to appreciate my explanation. Okay, so get them in tight with you, appreciate. But hear me out anyway. I'm going to hear you out because I asked you a question and I want a fucking answer for this. And I want a good one. I want the truth. Boom. I don't want you to wishy-wash something. I don't want you, I just want to know, were you freaked out? Were you, did you inaudible? Shit the bed or something like that, I'm sure. Okay, so I'll just provide you with a little bit of kind of how I roll into this investigation, and we'll kind of give you involved forward. Okay, so distancing himself. Okay, so I'm originally from Cape Breton. Okay, now you're going off into somewhere else. And the day of the incident, I basically rolled into Bible Hill at like supper time type deal, sort of thing, helping out with interviewing people on Sunday. And I've been in and out of the investigation, bouncing in and out. This is my second week back and basically calling people and following up with anyone that we can, more or less. So I don't have anything to do with this. Yep. I don't want to say towards the end of the follow-up, but it's getting pretty close. That night you're talking about, the Saturday night, as you can appreciate, I wasn't there. Don't blame me. Now, that being said, I have sat in and listened to officers kind of provide their stories and all sort of stuff that night. So I don't have 100%. I'm hesitant. Like, I don't have 100% clarity on how everything rolled out that particular evening. Rolled out. Ugh, stop with the rollout. Roll out to win. Roll out to lose. Evening you're talking about, especially in regards to Jill Sutherland, right? So I can't give you an exact 100% thing that happened that night, but just from knowing what I know about the incident, it was very, very chaotic for our responding officers that responded to the scene. Just given that with what they were being tasked to go and what's being reported to them. And it was just kind of, it's obviously wasn't just one report and then led us to something else. It was all kind of, everything started happening at once with people being coming out of the area, wounded on scene, that people had to deal with. And then there was the fires of the houses that were being burnt down at the time. Burnt down all at the time. So essentially, to like I said, don't quote me on this, but best thing I can give you is, if they ended up in Jill's house and you say that she's an elderly lady, right? Just took a sleeping pill. Okay, so my understanding would be that they were probably still at the time attempting to locate the shooter. And I don't think he's calming down. I can see it. He's just waiting. Like, in order to do that, they were trying to get as many people outside of the Portapic area. Just to basically, yeah, because I know you went down, and I know, and got Joanne and her husband and her son in the mobile home down at the end of the road. I know you got them out of their house. All right, Peter Griffin. Okay. Just after Jill. Okay. Why the fuck are you on the wrong road? What are you doing? You're not even on the right road. Where was the 911 call from again? Oops, wrong road. Crayons. Whatever. You know what the fuck you were doing. Just after Jill. Okay. No, I know people that live on the back road. Dave and Doris. Was that old Dave? Okay. They were asleep. Their lights were out. You never bothered them one bit. They weren't even told to leave their property, and you never banged on their door and ordered them out of here. Okay, Kim, so oh my God. Oh, this is going to be me when I'm older. I'm already halfway there anyway. Fuck. Okay, Kim, so, no, come on, man, calm down. I wasn't there. It all just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I know we're walking around this question because you really don't know. Yeah. And you should have just said to me, I don't know. Because I was because walking around is the same thing as Michael, that I listen. I haven't liked police officers since I became a teenager. So they went to Jill's place right away. Interesting. Okay. Why? Before even the Griffins. Yeah, because I got chased by one. Yeah. Personal information. Okay. And it hung over my head because I got scared as a young kid. As a little teenager on a motorcycle. Yeah, and I got scared. And if he wouldn't have said what he said and then taunted me, yeah, I wouldn't have run. Okay, so I guess bad experience with the police. Probably not a nice officer or something. Traumatized him. Okay, I run, and then I got caught, and then I had to go to court. So I really got sour taste in my mouth all my life. Well, then I come, now I'm an adult. Now I understand that you got a really terrible job to do, okay, being a police officer. Worst job than I can imagine. Now that I know what I know now. And, okay, sounds like he might be winding down. Let's see. Oh, no, here he goes again. And you guys did not do the job that taxpayers of Nova Scotia paid you to do that night. I don't know if you were scared something was wrong conditions, because Gabriel knew the only way out was that he was going to get away from you guys if he impersonated you, and to blatantly have, this is the other thing, Mike. I can't even believe it. To have the RCMP vehicles deckled up, neighbors knowing about it for a long time, dude. Yeah. Neighbors showed you guys pictures of his warehouse with the RCMP car sitting in it. Of course they did. They knew about this shit a long time ago. All tagged up with the number, that friggin' 208 or whatever the number on the back of it. And you could see the stickers. And the neighbor really didn't want to say anything because he's scared shitless of the guy. Okay. There were reports that came into them prior to all this with pictures. And when that, though, prior to, or, oh yeah, way prior to, okay, and Bo and George Forbes, who lived out there in the other log home, told you guys a long time ago, yeah, because they're doing the Jones, that told you guys a long time ago that he had inaudible. They're two military people, okay, so he's getting either from them after the fact or from the phone. Or maybe he's one of the people that phoned and said, I'm sorry, you were telling me. Mm-hmm. Very, very well. To me, Bo and George were pinnacle people in our neighborhood, right? Yeah. And he taunted them too. Brenda more than George, because George was at most of the time, he was in Africa. I helped him build, helped them people build stuff down there when I was home. I know a little bit about Bo and George. Bo exaggerates a lot of stuff. Yeah. But she didn't exaggerate him taunting guys moving out of there because of him. Let's see how he knows that. And you guys knew it. She reported it. Then when she told you that she reported it to you, you guys all said on the news that you lost the records of it. You don't remember. You don't have anything to do. And it really made you look even stupider than you are when you said that. Now you're coming up and saying, I said I'm seeing on the news after she's come right on the television telling her story. Oh, now that you come up with a little. Oh yeah. Well, we did find some reports of people that did complain about this guy. You knew about it a long time ago, and you did nothing. You didn't do nothing. Said there was not anything probable, not enough probable cause to come out to see, because nobody took pictures of the guns that he was hiding. And he hid the guns behind the fireplace in the flue. I don't know if that was public knowledge. I heard about the rumor, though. And I know hiding spot because Ruby and I were friends with Dolores, who owned the spot before Gabe bought it. I'm hoping he'll elaborate on how he knows this stuff. Is it because of the fucking television and Brenda, or post April 19 conversations with Brenda? Or is it that he knew back then that she reported it and all this and that? Let's see. So I've been in that house many times. I know it's inside and out. I knew all the hiding spots. Well, obviously, I guess Dolores had hiding spots in it when Gabe bought it. And when you come out with that one, I went, oh, they found that one, or they heard about that one. Yeah. How'd they find that hiding spot out when the place burnt to the ground? Well, Kim, whole bunch of stuff but I'm more upset. Oh, he's not happy. This is what I told Nancy and John. Don't put me on the phone with the RCMP. Yeah, don't put me on the phone because I'm gonna sound out. Well, you know what, Kim? I appreciate you being honest with me right now. Excuse me. I have to be because you called me. You want me to know, you want to know from me what's going on. Well, please don't give the television report. That's all. Yeah. I think you should have done something about this a long time ago. Yeah. And you didn't. For whatever reason that you didn't. Okay. You did a whole lot of stuff wrong that I hope the independent investigation proves it out right. I don't want to point fingers at this guy, and that guy who did their job wrong that night. I want to generalize that you guys are paid by the taxpayers of Nova Scotia, and the taxpayers are pissed at you right now. Well, it sounds like Dolores did have hiding spots. Yeah. Sounds like it. Okay. And if we vote whether or not we're going to have the RCMP or regular police, I'm pretty sure RCMP wouldn't get the vote here in Nova Scotia right now. Yeah, Kim. I don't want to get into a whole big, like, I'm just trying to be. Please, no, I want out. Well, you called me. You wanted to know. I'm just telling you. I know. I called you because I want to get your information in regards to everything that led up to this event and everything that you inaudible, right? But I don't really want to. I would discuss with another time in the structure of the RCMP and all sort of stuff. He's getting it from the media. I think so. Oh boy. You called me. Okay. My point, let's wait till it's all over, Michael, and then you call everybody back and apologize for the actions of the RCMP. Okay. That will be the only phone call I'd expect. Oh. Well, and I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh because this is what they've done. This is what they've done. Townsend probably did nothing. He's just a cop, and he's fucking taking it, and they all are across this country, and this is why people are quitting all over the place inside the RCMP right now. That's what I've heard. There's literally basically a revolution, like an insurrection going on. They're pissed. A lot of members. And like I said, Kim, we're obviously, obviously you have a history with the police and stuff, and we're probably going to agree to disagree on most things. So basically everything I've wanted to know is just in your Ruby's relationship in regards to Gabriel Wortman. Let's bring him back. De-escalate. The people of Portapique, like, that's essentially what I'm calling about. Okay. Well, like I said, if I was living there, I guarantee you, if I was living there still, yeah, personal information would be burnt to the ground as well, and I'd be dead, and so would me wife. And that's where you used to live? Okay, so now he's got him de-escalated. Yeah, that's where I used to live. Okay, I was at the house right beside Jill's. Okay, I could stand and sit in my fire pit at a certain angle, and I could see Gabriel's house. Okay, it's been, I was only out there right at the start, but I think I have personal information Okay. But that was the address, personal information. Okay. I'm really sick and tired. I found an old sign on the highway department that the highway department threw in the ditch one day. They were plowing the road. Yeah. And we used to have an old wooden sign at the end of the road. Yeah. And they threw it in the ditch, and one of the Department of Highways guys comes in. Well, at least they're not throwing tires. I don't know. Maybe the tires is in his mind. And I had the sign in the back of my truck, and I said, can I have that old sign, or do you guys want it back? No, he said, it's junk to us. I gave it to John and Nancy's daughter. And if I see that sign on TV one more time, it's driving blank. Okay, so he's getting wound up again. He's getting wound up. If I see that on the news. Okay, that's why I really didn't want to call you, because since this, my age now, blank. Okay, and this isn't helping out one bit. Okay, it's well, Kim, I want to I want to continue this conversation, but I don't want blank to get any worse or anything like that. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to give you a heart attack, man. Are you okay over there? No, it's okay. It's okay. John and I had a little talk here this morning. Okay, so John's talking, obviously. They're friends. Portapic phone. And I told him that I was going to be all upset over this. And this is, I laid the hard luck story on John this morning. Wow. Okay. He must have been pretty wound up that morning. This is where he's at now. I said, this is going to send me over the top, And he goes, oh, now it's my fault. And I said, yeah, because you opened your mouth and started talking to these idiots right off the get-go. And now they're bugging the shit out of you. And the news people are just going crazy over this. They've calmed down a little bit because, it's been a month or something. But anyways, carry on. What else do you need to know from me? Well, just basically anything from you. When did you, how long did you live in Portapic for? When did you first move there? 10 years. Okay. When did you first move there? I have no idea the dates, dude. I'm blank. Okay. I don't remember dates. Sounds like me. All right. It was 10 or 12 years ago. I'll ask you a more general question then there. Yeah. So obviously you, just from talking to you there, that was, I guess, when he turned on the recorder. Ouch. Of Gabriel Wortman. So just tell me everything in regards to Gabriel Wortman, even from the first time that you met him till the last time you saw him. Arrogant bastard is what I call him today. And the lady that lived in his house before he bought it, God love her, sitting in the cemetery right beside the house. And I drove by there the other day. Okay, so he's been down there too. And I said to her, what do you think? I said, you probably rolling over in your grave right now, seeing what's going on. And if you're when you're in heaven, obviously you're not going to be able to see him because he ain't going to be in heaven. But we're all very hurt over this. I'm a hard time driving. I had a hard time driving down the beach road, I'll tell you. Yeah. I lived there for 10 or 11 years. I had a hard time driving my vehicle down the road the other day. Yeah. Over all this. And of course, my wife works. So she told me to go over and visit Nancy and John myself. She cannot drive down the road. She will not drive down that road ever again. She'll only want to remember the time in our life, how it was back then. She does not want to go down and reiterate all of this crap, and all this stuff. And she told me that when John told me that Michael Townsend wanted to talk to us. This is talking third person. Yeah. Ruby said, she just said to me, she said, you do the talking. Okay. All right. So that's probably why maybe there's no interview with Ruby. I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, that was going to be one of my questions too. Oh. Just getting to talk to Ruby about. We'll just stick with you. Yeah. You're not going to, she's not going to, she's just going to say, I don't know nothing. Personal information. John Hudson knows more about this than any of us. John's got a good memory. Anytime we have to go and remember stuff, we go to John. John knows everything. Right on. Yeah, you were lucky that you got a hold of him, because he's the one that has the most of the information. And like I said, we didn't hang around with this guy. He wasn't a social butterfly that we all were. Yeah. We were called Porta Pickers. Yeah. And him and Lisa weren't involved in the Porta Pickers. They didn't meet the requirements. Okay. So is this kind of, was this just like a majority of people that lived in Porta Pick full time? What? Yeah. Anybody that lived in Porta Pick, we called Porta Pickers. And most of the times we had hold a barbecue, we had a gathering. All that had to be said was Kim and Ruby's tonight. Anytime after 6, the fire pit will be lit, and that's all people needed to know. They didn't need a written invitation. We didn't have cell phones and all that crap to be texting. Yay, cell phones blow. And FaceTiming and all this stuff. This is me. If word went out, come over to the bonfire. Yeah. And cars would line up in the laneway. Right on. Okay, what else can? And ever since we left, none of that went on. Okay, the day we left, blank. Yeah, sold the house, blank, and we moved out to Alberta. Okay, do you still live? Is still living in Alberta? No, we are in New Minas. Well, obviously, he's talking to you in person, right? Okay. Yeah, John said, if I didn't call you, I see his phone, sorry. You were going to come and see me. And I said, well, they don't have to go. They don't have far to go. Yeah, we're under the impression that you were out in Alberta. What's your, you know what my address is. You got a computer. I told you I live in New Minas. You know where I am. Right on, Kim. It's not, we're going to come and see you. We're not going to go. I don't think they're going to talk to him for a while. You know, what's the best thing I had to do? The best thing I had to do here, and it happened last year. One of my neighbors got a little stupid. Yeah, personal statement. Yeah. That's a bit of an understatement, maybe. Okay, lots of personal information. But anyways, I had to go down and talk to the RCMP and the new Bible Hill at office. New Minus Detachment. You built a new office there. Yeah. So is he talking to him before this? I don't know. Personal information. Yeah. And for years, dude, for years, blank. Yeah, I don't know. For 15 or 18 years, yeah, more personal information. I think it's something to do with this case that he was talking or something. And laughing. Oh, that's literally laughing in his face, but he was laughing back at me. Yeah. Well, no reason, not really, to, or not, no reason to, not to really. Oh, geez, I hit that from you guys. I can't believe that, blank. I can't believe it. So I'm pretty lucky. Well, Kim, to be this old and never been busted, never got one of those charges hanging over my head. Yeah, because if you would have charged me with anything other than that dangerous driving one that I already told you about, dude, the last fucking person I'd be talking to right now is you. Well, you know what, Kim? Everything happens for a reason, bud. And I'm I'm happy he's still trying to de-escalate. I'm your friend, don't worry. Everything happens for a reason, but I'm just telling you, what a joke. I'm happy we're able to have this conversation. I'm sorry. Don't mind me. Personal information, lots of personal information. Yeah. And that's it. I'm in it. Yeah. And I'm part of it. Then I try to do something every day because I got a really big heart. Yeah. That's why I'm a Pisces. Yeah. I got a really big heart. I'll do anything for anybody. And I'm sure I'd be dead if blank. Okay, because if it caused me into a state where I don't have to think about all this shit. Yeah. And it really puts me, and when at night when I think about it, that's what makes my life what makes life go on in my head every night. Yeah. And that's why I can't sleep. Okay. Damage, man. The damage that they did to people. Fuck, man. Okay. Personal information. Yeah. That I'm buying all the time because blank. Yeah, blank. I was going to say do blank, blank. Okay. More blank. Okay. Blank. Okay. Blank, blank, blank. Built in the blank. Yeah. Blank. Oh, like the blank. Okay. Blank. Okay. So I'm broke, working all my life, my goddamn life. Yeah. Maximum paid to the Canadian pension or Canada pension all my life. But because I took it when I was 60 years old, yeah, I only get a little bit of it. Okay. And the government ripped us off. Ripped us off for all that over the years. And if I would have taken my Canada pension money that I gave you guys or gave the government, I shouldn't say you guys, gave the government. Well, it's kind of the same. Yep. If I took that money and I gave the government for the pension, Canada pension, I just have a 2% savings account. Yeah. Dude, I'd be living high on the hog right now. Yeah. I'd have no more money worries. I'd be able to call my son, call all my son and my daughter-in-law a brand new car every year. I could get on a plane, a private plane, fly to Toronto every weekend if I wanted to. Yeah. blank. Yeah, well, are you on Facebook? Yeah, I have Facebook. I don't use it much, but I'm on Facebook. Okay, you're on Facebook. Just follow some of the go to just look at some of my just go to my Facebook thing. Yeah. And look at some of the things I printed. It will educate you. Okay, about how bad the government has ripped us off about that. I'll have to take a look. And now I have, and when I moved back to Nova Scotia, I was here. I don't even have a doctor. Yeah. And this is what I was told. Oh, geez, you got to dial this number and get on this list, get on a list. And when I moved here 2 years ago, the list had 57,000 people on it before me. Yeah. And then I moved back from Alberta. I thought I was going to go to Alberta and win the lottery out there and make my pad my retirement. Yeah. I came back broker than when I went out. Oh yeah. And now blank. Where did you end up in Alberta? Edmonton. Okay. What were you doing there? I was interior. I was a glorified name. I was a painter. Yeah, okay. But I was a spray painter that sprayed foam insulation. Yeah, and epoxy paint. Yeah, okay. I used to coat 1,000-barrel tanks. Yeah. The interiors with an epoxy coating. Yeah. That would stand up to all the oil and all the crap that they pump out of the ground and store it in. Yeah. And then before the tank went in the ground out the door, I'd put 3 inches of foam insulation on the outside of it. All right. And then spray a rubber coating on the outside of it. And that was kind of my trade. I was pretty much a gold seal at it with what they call coatings. Okay. Coater. I was a coater. Yeah. No, I used to work in Fort McMurray. Okay, so Townsend used to be in Fort McMurray. So I kind of, Fort McMurray cops, RCMP. Wow, that's an interesting one. So I kind of have a bit of an understanding of what you're talking about for sure. In Fort McMurray, they light RCMP cars and fire in front of the fucking courthouse. RCMP is a crazy. Fort McMurray is a crazy town. Yeah, right on. I enjoyed that work, but of course, I was around all these really dangerous chemicals all my life. Yeah, looked after myself best as I could, but now here I am, blank. Certainly doesn't help with the blank. That's for sure. It caused it. It's sure it caused. It is what it did. Yeah, for sure. Blank. For sure. But that's me. I'm getting through it. Oh yeah. Well, dude, listen, I don't know. There's nothing else. Everything else being said, I've read. Okay, so he's going to confirm the things he's read? Yeah, everything I know, I've read. Oh. Yeah. There isn't anything I can add to your investigation and your story. Yeah. That's really going to make a really big difference. Okay. Now, is he reading it? And that's what he knows about the investigation, or is he reading it and he's agreeing with what he's read because he knows it? You can scratch me off the list now that you've talked to me, and you can scratch Ruby's name off as well, because she will just she's just not going to say anything. Yeah, there's nothing. Dude, I've been married to her for 37 and a half years. You're not going to get anything out of her. Yeah. And she's kind of mad at John and Nancy and Angela that you mentioned our names. She's kind of mad at John and Nancy and Angela that you mentioned our names. Okay. You know what, Kim? Like your guy's name, we're going to come up regardless. Like Brenda's right away, of course. Right away. Out in Alberta, of course. Regardless, right? There's lots of people that haven't lived in Portapique for years and that we're going to talk to all of them, all right? So not Brenda though. Don't worry, you talk to her fucking 3 days in. It's not like the only ones that haven't lived there for inaudible. No, I know it's not, but I just, when it comes up and I knew Angela was going to beak off like no tomorrow. She's up in New Brunswick now. Yeah, I knew she was going to beak off and just go crazy as somebody contacted her. Yeah, I didn't expect John and Nancy to be so forthcoming. They were inviting the news up their laneway every day for a week after this happened. Yeah. And I was talking to Nancy, via Facebook Messenger, and she's telling me all that she's telling everybody. And I'm it's not going to do any good, Nancy. There's 22 people and dogs dead because of this idiot. They're not coming back. Just reading his thing, 22. If they had him alive, like they should have, they shouldn't have shot him. They should have held him so that he could be accountable and make him accountable for what he had done. Yeah, instead of Christ making him accountable. I'm not even religious, and I'm saying that. But somebody's got to make that dude accountable. And it can't be us now. It can't be in the mortal world now. It's got to be the immortal world now that makes him accountable. I don't know how that happens. I haven't died and come back yet, so I can't answer that. Yeah, but it just all went wrong. It just all went wrong. And I can't imagine that if he got away, because the first thing I said to Nancy was, did you ever see Gabriel with a plane? And she said no. But you know something? I think he does have a pilot's license. Because the first thing I thought of the first thing I thought of the next day after all this happened, yeah, he got, once you got shot in Enfield, he would have got away. He would have been on a plane, and he would have been out of here. You would have never caught him. He's a pretty sneaky guy, as far as everybody was concerned. Okay. Let's see if he elaborates on his experience, personal experiences. Yeah, for sure. And Jill needs Lisa to call her. Jill needs Lisa to call her. Interesting. Okay. Of anything I want you to get out of there, that Jill, I sat in her house the other day, and for her to have her sanity and to be able to sit there and talk about all this was remarkable, because I wasn't going to say anything. All I was going to do is reluctantly give her a hug, tell her I love her. Yeah. And tell her that she needs anybody to talk to, that Ruby and I are here all the time. You know, we live just across the bay. You know, you can call us, you can message us anytime. You know, that's what I'm going to say. She started talking about it. Well, the RCMP talked to her a lot, but we haven't seen anything from that. Where are those statements? Okay. And she said the best thing that happened to you guys could have done was an officer came out in the morning for 3 or 4 days and sat on her porch in the back there and talked to her. Wow. Lot of talking. Lot of interviews. Best thing that you guys could have done, the only thing that you could have done that I'm going to praise you for was that you went and tried to save that woman's whatever. Okay? And kudos on the 2 officers. I don't know their names. She told me who they were, but the 2 officers, one went one day and one went there. One went for 2 days and then went off his shift. And then the other came by and he went for 2 more days. Interesting. Yeah. She said it. She said it now. Blank. Okay. And it's been a month and blank said to her, you know, I've seen you talk to enough on the phone. I think if you need somebody to talk to, you can call us. Rather than call us call you every day. And she said she's got more therapy by screaming and yelling at the 2 RCMP officers. For the hour and whatever they spent there talking to her, that she had more therapy than she'll ever get from anyone else or anybody else. Good morning from Alberta, Grandma. Well, I love my grandmas. I miss my grandma. Likely will sue, I think. Hello, Minho. Minho. Can the family lawyers bring up Lisa Banfield to real court to answer for some of these questions? A civil lawsuit depends. I'm not even sure if the case has quite yet been certified. If I had to wager, I'd say there'll be a settlement. I think maybe that's part of the stuff. This guy's a riot, salt of the earth type of guy. Yeah. Good guy. Dangerous job painting inside those tanks. Mills ripped us off. Yep. Yeah, the blanks. I wonder what's in the blanks. Don't know. Okay. Maybe there's some important stuff in there that is relevant, not his personal stuff. Because she was able to Jill will say whatever is on her mind. I know. Exactly. I can almost imagine sitting in the room when she was talking to you guys or the 2 officers, but every morning she started the conversation off with, how come you let me drive out here by myself? She's clearly pretty pissed. That's coming from him. So, okay. That's how she started the conversation off with them 2 officers every morning for 4 days or 5 days, however long they came, because somebody kept dropping off coffee and donuts at the end of the road. Yeah. So they'd grab a coffee and a couple of donuts and take it down to her and sit there and talk with her for an hour. Best thing that you could have done for my neighbor was that. She's actually pretty good. She's actually really good. Yeah. Because I know her. I live beside her, and Elson and her husband drank like a fish, and he was sometimes a bastard. He was a bastard. Oh, okay. But he was our neighbor, and I loved him still, no matter what. And him and Gabriel got along. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. You know, if he was alive today, oh, best dude ever known. He just lost it. Yeah. That's all that Elson say. Well, he lost it. Yeah. I'd know what he'd say. But he'd tell you that he was a great guy because in some ways, the guy was a good guy. Yeah. But in a lot of ways, he wasn't. A lot of ways that he wasn't, you guys knew about it. Inaudible. Or pretend not to know about it. It's probably that tone, too. He's probably using that tone. Or intonation on it. Is it pretend not to know? I guess I don't know how I can explain it. I can't explain after Bo and after Lisa came up to Bo's house that morning, and I know that morning because I remember it, that Lisa came up and begged Bo to let her in the house because Gabriel was going to kill her. And Bo stood on her deck, and I can see her right now. Bo stood on her deck and said, Gabriel, you step one fucking foot on my property and I'll shoot you. All right. Was he there? They live far away, like relatively speaking. It's not like he lives right next to them, or did. And certainly doesn't sound like Bo's too afraid. It's the shoe fits, wear it. And so it was a safe haven for Lisa to go to. And that was the last time Lisa spoke to Bo, because I can't imagine what happened after that between her and Gabriel. Imagine. And Lisa and Gabriel, he probably said to her, you should talk to that bitch one more time and I will shoot you. You talk to that bitch one more time and I'll shoot you. Okay, so he's making a lot of leaps. But I want to know, was he there when this happened? I don't think so. I think that's Bo telling. What do you guys think? Give me one moment. What do you guys think? Tell me if you think that maybe it'll come out. He was there. Or did Bo tell him? Tell him. Okay. Let's see here. can you do without cigarettes? Oh no. What are you gonna do? Need my nourishment. Okay. Also, I keep forgetting to always say welcome to all the new people who are watching, and thank you very much to those of you who are bringing new people and new eyes to this story by sharing. I really appreciate it. Okay, so let's see what you got here. Hugs from Alberta, says Grandma. Grandma. Definitely sounds like a Bo story. Okay, we got that. 100%. So Mills is repeating what Bo tells her in stories. Okay. Seems like he has had influences of Bo. Okay, 50-50. I don't think he was there, but he has different experience. He said Gabe wasn't always okay. So hopefully we'll elaborate. So most people think it's kind of a beautiful creation. Okay. Let's see if he goes into it. And then he used to park his car out in front of her house. And he'd just stand there and stare at her. And she did that. She used to tell her husband he was over in Africa. When George was over in Africa, she used to tell George all the time because they talked every day. She said this idiot sits outside in his BMW and just stands out there and stares at me. She said, scaring the fucking bejesus out of me. And then George comes home and Gabriel come and did it again. And George come out and said, dude, I don't know what's up with you, but, you're scaring my wife. And you never, ever did get to meet George. But if you did meet him, you know them, staff sergeants on TV, drill sergeants. Yeah, I'm not thinking shrinking violets with her experience for some reason. Don't know what's going on over there. Independent sector. Balin. Yeah. You see on TV that teaching all the young kids how to be robots in the military. Ooh. Yeah. Drill sergeant. That's George to a T. Yeah. He never raised his voice ever in my whole life, ever since I've known him. But when he goes to work, he screams all day long. Yeah. That's what he says. He said, I'm in a different world when I come home. Yeah. He said, when I'm in the military and I'm doing my training, he said, I'm screaming, I'm yelling, I'm drill sergeant. That's what he did. He taught kids how to be robots. Dude, that's all I got for you. I don't know. I just hope that I hope and pray that a private investigation happens over this, an inquiry happens over this. People just got to know that ghost cars and all that stuff that you try to hide, just be transparent in your job. I agree with him. Fucking ban ghost cars. Have you cars identified? I drove over Cape Breton. To Portapique the other day. I was pretty sure I passed 3 ghost cars. I passed about 5 RCMP vehicles on the road that I could identify. Yes, they should just be banned, all covert ops, banned, all undercover shit, banned. RCMP dismantled. And 3 that I had to, just because I know what I'm looking for. Yeah. There were ghost cars. What I would say to the whole RCMP is stop hiding. Stop being fake. And not fake. That's not the right word. Drive around, do your job, and try to keep the place safe. But don't hide and play pranks on us. Bing! Oh, that's so succinct. Quit it. They're fucking UC ops and their stupid games. Fuck off, man. You know, we're real people. We're just like you, Michael. We're no different than you. You got a badge on and you put a gun on your side, your holster in your holster. That doesn't make you any different than me and you. We're not any different. Oh, this guy is fucking good. Good. Bingo. There isn't an us and them. They are employees, but they should be taking care of us. Not running around, hiding around every corner, thinking that there's some kind of fucking bullshit up all the time. We gotta investigate. Make sure you're looking at everybody's Facebook and seeing what they're sending to each other. Fuck off, man. Fuck off. Yeah. You just got a stupid. You just choose a job that's dangerous. And when you screw up and you make mistakes, the people who own up to it don't get punished. The people who don't own up to it, somebody needs to be punish them. Wow, he's got it. And I don't know who it is. At this point now, I'm sure somebody's going to punish Gabriel now. His soul is being punished somehow, I hope. Let's just get the investigation done with all the evidence, and then we'll move into that. Because you can't get away with it. Even though you shot him and he's dead, which wrong thing to do. And if he was in between his car and paying for his gas or whatever he was doing that scene, he wasn't close to his gun. You should have just tackled him. Okay, well, obviously he's in the car, but maybe he has a gun in his hand. Maybe he doesn't have a gun in his hand. Maybe he's trying to drive away. Like putting 8 bullets into him or however many shots you fired at the Enfield gas station wasn't the thing to do. So a whole bunch of things you done wrong. And then you do a photo op. Fuck off. And I know you guys you're going to learn. Everybody's going to learn by their mistakes. And unfortunately, it's a hard way of learning. Oh, dude, you are so good. When you make a mistake, you have to learn by your mistake. I just hope you really, really, really learn the mistakes that's done. And the thing that a lot of people are probably saying to you is, if I see lights coming from behind me ever again in my life, I know I'm going to be a little freaked out. Fucking awesome. You guys are awesome. Look what you've done. Look what you've done to people. It's not trauma from the shit that they're talking about over there. It's trauma that you guys have inflicted on people who literally are terrified of you. I bet you Townsend feels real good now. Okay, every time I see an RCMP pull up behind me with the lights on ever again, I'm going to be a little freaked out. Maybe he gets off on that. Some of them do. Yeah. Now, the advice I was given, first given to the public, if you feel uncomfortable with the lights that are on behind you, yeah, don't drive erratically. Drive to a safe place. Get out of your vehicle and make sure there's lots of people around you. Get the phone out. Do you remember this? Somewhere I have archived that. It's on the RCMP website. How to deal with if you can't. You're afraid. Literally on their website, the instructions on how to deal with that. Put your flashers on. Drive to a well-lit place. Wow. Great. Put it on video or drive to the closest RCMP building and do the same thing. Okay. Now I'm an adult. I'm blank. I'm probably not going to drive to the if I see lights tomorrow pulling me over, I'm not going to drive down to the RCMP vehicle or detachment. I probably not doing that. I'm probably not driving my vehicle off the highway, having lights and sirens behind me, driving down to the Walmart, so a whole bunch of people are all around. I'm probably not doing that, but I'm going to question why you're pulling me over. I'm always going to have. I'm always going to never question that. What the fuck you doing pulling me over? I didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so, maybe this is something else coming out. But true, this is just, they've developed such a hostile, toxic environment for their employers. Jesus. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be the kindest guy that you ever pulled over. And you're probably not, getting pulled if you're in traffic and you're doing the RCMP job. You're probably not in the next little while here in Nova Scotia going to be too friendly when you pull people over now. I can only imagine what it's like down there. Right. So I'm a little freaked out about that. Blank. That I only drive from here to Home Depot. And I don't drive all over the place. I'm blank. Young. I'm not like I'm traveling all over Canada anymore. I'm not driving 50,000 miles a year. It's not something to be worried about. But it does worry me. Okay. It does concern me that when I get pulled over now, is it a real cop? You didn't stop the last one. What if they brought it on? Right on. Inaudible. Right on. Are you listening to what he's saying to you? Can it happen again? You're not. Absolutely, you're not. Can it happen again? Absolutely. Copycat crimes are being done every fucking day. The copycat crimes. How many RCMP vehicles are going to be sold at auction now? I don't know if you can stop that. I don't think you can. Well, it was all fucking propaganda. They just sold them again anyway. Burning 2.1 tons of uniforms. It's so fucking stupid, man, for your fucking covert garbage. But if you could, I'm sure you will. And would somebody else try to impersonate an RCMP officer? Absolutely. It's not out of the realm. It's already happened. Could happen again. Absolutely. Could happen again. This shit, they were stuck, still are stuck. They need to sell the story of the what they're selling right now, right? So then they're going to have like stupid fucking stories like out in BC where, fake car stop, police car pulling people over, undercover. It's a police impersonator. Oops. It was a real police officer in a marked car, in a uniform. Like, quit fucking with people. They keep planting these stories all over the place because they need that story. But then at the same time, because they do that, they fuck themselves too. Because they sow more and more seeds of distrust. Crazy. Literally fucking out of their minds. Rather than just admit, big fucking mistake. We shouldn't have been doing the things that we're doing. Personal information. I asked her, ever since ever since I got back here to Nova Scotia, I finally did find a doctor. But if you could, I'm sure you will. It's not out of the realm. It already happened. Could happen again. Absolutely could happen again. And anyway, I found a doctor. I ended up in the emergency in Kentville Hospital. Yeah. And the doctor that was looking after me wrote his phone number down on the back of my little note I had in my hand. Yeah. And said to call my office if you're in trouble. Okay, blank. Now I got in here a month, 57,000 people ahead of me. I'm so fortunate to have now my father-in-law lives in Antigonish, where we want to move. We can't move because my doctor's here in Kentville. You guys have them down there. I'm sorry for your fucking healthcare. I mean, I thought everybody was joking with me at first. I'm like, what? Yeah. And in order for me to move to Antigonish, to be my father-in-law and to make my wife happy, yeah, I have to drive all the way back here to Kentville for my father's appointments. Okay, so just going off into a different area, but let's hear what he says. Yeah, and if all of a sudden I change my driver's license, I get out of this country, then she can't even look at me as a patient. Oh, really? Because of the friggin' rules in Nova Scotia. So then I'd be on a list in Antigonish for a new doctor, which ain't happening. I never knew that. Yeah, because you got healthcare. You guys have that all lined up, I think. Yes, because there was a doctor in Windsor. That was a new doctor's office in Windsor. Now we're in whatever county here, and that's in Hants County. Anyway, Windsor is outside of Kentville and New Minas. Yeah. And there was a new doctor's office, and I caught wind of it because somebody I know works in the office that knew somebody. Yeah. And there was going to be a new patient. That was going to be a new patient in the doctor's office. Okay. I went down, I knocked on the door, and I walked in, and I'd like to be a patient. Oh, okay. Well, we're taking new patients. Great. Gave them my address, and they went, oh, you're in New Minas. Oh, you have to wait for the phone call. Yeah. I said, wait for the phone call for what? Oh, well, for somebody in your area to become a doctor. Then I got turned away. Right on, Kim. So there's a whole bunch of things broken. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things broken. But I hope it gets better. Good luck to you guys. I hope Nova Scotia does come back to you, love you, someday. But right now, I'm pretty sure you're not loved by too many Nova Scotians right now. Yeah, Kim, I'd have to disagree with you on that one. But anyways, we're gonna disagree on a few things. First of all, listen to him. Sir, listen to him. He is a taxpayer. He pays your bill. He employs you. And I'm pretty sure he's right. There's no doubt, because that's your job. You have to do. This guy's heart's going out to him too. That's all right, right. And I don't, like I said, I don't give you 2 cents for what you're doing. Yeah. We're not gonna, it's quite obvious in talking, we're just not gonna agree on a few things, which is fine. Why aren't you open even to listening what he's saying? What's so righteous, sir? Inaudible. We're 2 different people. Yeah. You got a job to do. Yeah. And of course, I have a life to live. Yeah, exactly, for sure. Did you, I know you kind of have started out this right at the start. You were talking about the bonfire. Bam, right over his head. Right over his head. What can you tell me about the bonfire? Not much. No. I think I started drinking about 10 that morning. Yeah. Elson and I were making our own beer. Yeah. And I think we were trying our own beers out at 10 because we knew we were going to have a bonfire that night. Yeah. So anything anything after about 1:30 in the afternoon, haven't got a clue. Yeah. Haven't got a clue. You got more information out of John about that night. You got everything that was done, and that was put out there. John didn't say much. Not like Brenda Lisa. Cool. Yeah, you got that from John. Okay. Like I said, I don't remember them guys. John said, well, don't you remember going in Elson's truck going to look for Lisa? And I says, no, I don't remember that at all. He said, well, that's something I told the RCMP. And I says, no, I don't remember that at all. He said, well, you were in the truck with us. And I said, yeah, I know I was loaded. Dude, I haven't got a clue. Yeah, I like this guy. Honest, dude. But you were there. Well, I don't remember, though. But yeah, must have. Blank. Yeah. Blank. Who? Lots of blank. I don't think he's talking about his phone number. Like I said, it's just a blur. John telling me stuff here right after this happened. We were on the phone. We were talking about it. And I said, John, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't, he said. Well, you and Elson and I went looking for Lisa. And I said, no, dude, I don't remember none of that. Right on. It's so long ago that I just don't remember. True. Yeah. And it's one of those things. And Ruby said she don't even remember. Inaudible. Well, don't you remember you and Elson and I said no? Yeah. And like I said, you heard the story from John Hudson. Yeah. The bonfire night. Yeah. You got it. You got more information than you're ever going to get. Okay. Yeah. Because our memory and our age, right? Yeah, for sure. And how long ago was it? For sure. Did any other interactions with Gabriel or Lisa you can remember that were like off-putting, or anything that you can remember that sticks in your mind there, Kim? Like, no, other than the fact, like I said, when we first started talking, blank, and like we knew that she got beat by sexually all the time, and he'd brag about it, unfortunately. Okay, so there we go, BDSM stuff. What do you mean by that? Well, he'd brag about it, not brag about it, but the bitch, don't listen to her, she don't know what she's talking about. And then he'd go and he'd carry on. Okay, I was in his house probably, I don't know, 15, 20 times. Yeah. Inaudible built it. I was kind of the backyard renovator. Yeah. He was kind of a renovator, kind of an entrepreneur type kind of guy. Yeah. And he built a bathroom, and I helped him plumb in his hot tub in his bathroom. Yeah. But we didn't talk about stuff, Yeah. We didn't talk about the stuff that we need to talk about now. Yeah. We didn't talk about, yeah. It was more about, what are you doing next weekend? How drunk did you get the other night? And how, this kind of stuff. It wasn't, I don't know. He was a strange dude. This is like the most descriptive thing I think I've seen. Strange and odd, weird, socially awkward. Also supplemented with very generous, kind. I don't know. It's just such a fucking weird thing. Yeah. I don't know any of his interactions with his parents. And then Nancy started telling me a whole bunch of stuff about that. I had no idea. I had no idea about his mother and father. Well, there goes the Portapic phone. Any of that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know. And that she's getting phone calls from Brenda. I don't know that he did have a brother. I thought he had a little brother-in-law or somebody that used to be in the RCMP. Interesting. Yeah. I did know about that. I knew as soon as Jill told us that he showed up in the laneway with a lookalike police cruiser. Didn't have stickers on it, but lookalike police cruiser. It didn't have stickers on it, just white car. And he had a police uniform on. White car, uncle's uniform. Okay. And he showed up in her laneway. That was probably about 6 months ago. Yeah, maybe a little longer. Jill, timing probably isn't all that good. It might have been half a year, or it might have been a year ago. Summer 2019. Yeah. She said it wasn't too long ago, but anyway, time flies. And he was bragging about, oh, I shouldn't have this, and you shouldn't know that I have this, and he was going on about all that. And I guess he popped in his head in the door, or he popped his head out the door and said, well, how do you like me now? And he got back in the car and went back to his house, but he showed her. What's that? Sorry? Huh? Sorry, what'd you say? But the last thing you said, it showed here that he had an RC, that he had a lookalike RCMP cruiser. Then he had a uniform and he was wearing it. Yeah. Okay, that's all the media junk. And that, like she didn't come out and tell everybody the next day, oh, Gabriel just showed up at my house with an RCMP uniform on. She didn't, it was didn't mean nothing to her, right? Yeah. Back, hindsight, right? Didn't mean nothing to her. Yeah, for sure. So, she now she knows what she knows now, and buddy that bought Bob and Maxine's house. I don't know what that guy's name is. I don't know him. Bob and Maxine blank when you're driving down Portapique Beach Road. What about this guy? Blank. Okay, blank going to Orchard Beach Estates. So it's blank right when you go off the back road. Okay, that guy was in his car because he heard all the gunshots on the back road. And he was on his car and come out, and Gabriel shot him out of his car and into his car. Okay, so that's Andrew. And obviously he's reading that. And he knew who it was. Ooh. Okay. According to the ambulance driver. And that was at about 10:30 or 11 at night. Saturday night, yeah. All right, so you guys knew it was Gabriel in an RCMP car at 10:30 with an RCMP uniform on. Oh, you knew at 10:01. Shooting out of his car into his buddy's car. Into Buddy's car, sorry. And that's when I lost it. That's when I lost it. You guys knew at 10 that night that you were dealing with a guy impersonating you who had an RCMP vehicle. Where's Dave Lilly? Dave Lilly. Paging Dave Lilly to come and set the record straight on this one. That had and dressed uniform shooting out of his window at another car driving by. So anything else you say that or deny or whatever the investigation is going to bring out, yeah, that right then and there, that fucking warning sign should have set off telling everybody in this community to not open your doors, to shut your fucking lights off, and don't answer your doors for nobody. Yeah. Because there's an impersonator impersonating RCMP. Now maybe you didn't want to say that over the news because they use Twitter to try to do it. But not 70% of Nova Scotians don't use Twitter. We haven't a clue. We didn't have a clue. That was probably your biggest mistake that everyone's saying. Oh, it wasn't a mistake. They chose it. Okay. Of course, he doesn't know this stuff now. I wonder what he would say now. Okay, I don't think you can disagree with me on that one. You should have warned us. You let the community down. You should have warned us right then and there. You knew at the time you knew that timeline because we all know the guy. Nancy and John knows this guy real good. Oh, okay. Yeah. You already seen it in his blank because he got shot in the arm and I guess got a little graze in the head with bullet. Okay, so they know that. So we know that you know. And we're not all over the news telling the news that we all know that you know, and blah, 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 making you guys look like idiots. Or not doing your job properly, or whatever the case may be, however you want to say, but we know, and that guy lived to tell the story. Okay, so he's taking the Andrew narrative, but from media, I would think, he's not saying he spoke to him. He lives right there. He lived to tell the story. Jill lives right there. And unfortunately, the other gentleman on the back road, him and his wife and his young daughter and his dog, he didn't like Gabriel having an RCMP vehicle in his warehouse. He didn't like that one bit, and he probably expressed the fact that he didn't like that one bit, and that's why he's dead. He's got to elaborate on this stuff. Does he know that? Okay. What else come out of the really disturbed me? That was probably one of the biggest things that you knew early on that night, and why the Amber Alert didn't go out to warn everybody in Nova Scotia and put everybody at like, warn us. The imminent danger. The lady who walked out in friggin' Wentworth for a walk, she decided to go left instead of right. She's on the road dead now. More news. Unbelievable. It all could have been stopped. And how? He knew to get away from you, too, out the back road. I don't think, because I know the whole area in Portapique. Yeah. And I said to Dancy, I said, how did he get away? And I said, I'm pretty sure Lisa wasn't in the house that burnt down. And she said, no, Lisa wasn't in the house. She was in handcuffs in the cruiser. Media or from Lisa? Yeah. I said, while he was burning everybody's houses, Lisa was in there witnessing it. Yep. Far as we know. I said, unbelievable. How'd she get away? Oh, I don't know. I guess she crawled through the little window in the car and got out. It's all media. And went and hid in the woods, which makes more sense because we all thought she was tied up in the house. On Orchard Beach Road, or on Beach Road. But it wasn't. She wasn't tied up in the house. And I only found this out when I went to Portapique last week. That, oh no, she was in the cruiser. Oh, so just bad story. Bad nightmare. Bad nightmare gone wrong. Unfortunately, a few things got done wrong. And I guess, the other thing that Jill said to me the other day, and this is another disturbing thing. She said, Kim, what if I would have taken to the fire hall and we were all sitting in the fire hall and then all of a sudden bullets started coming through the fire hall door? She said, what? I might have not got killed by Gabriel, but I might have got killed by one of the RCMP officers who started shooting at the Onslow Fire Department. I said, don't even go there, Jill. Don't even go there, because the last things they were worried about was worried about you was your safety, your own safety, because they just told you to get in your vehicle and leave. They really didn't care. Now, if somebody did get injured in the fire hall from friendly fire, I said, the lawsuit would bury the RCMP in this country. I said they would have to come up with a different police force, I said, because the amount of the lawsuit they would have to pay. But who's paying? It's only us paying ourselves, or not, paying innocent civilians. It's not them. If it was their pension, there you go. Fair. Should be. Should be a different police force. I said it's a wonder you're not getting sued already. I'm pretty sure there's going to be court cases over it. If Lawrence and Jill Sutherland don't take you to court over this, I'll be amazed. I don't know if coffee and donuts cured it, but we'll see. I'll be amazed. That'll shake my head up. If I hear that Lawrence, I don't know, Lawrence hasn't got enough money, I don't think, to hire a lawyer. Oh, don't worry, they'll take it on contingency. But I don't know if a lawyer wants to take any suits against the RCMP yet. I think that we're all settling down from it now. It's been like a month. Yeah. I don't know. But it just, if I don't know Jill Sutherland and I didn't live on that road, dude, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Yeah. But because I did, and I know them, and I do love her dearly. She's one of the best neighbors we ever had in our whole lives. Yeah. I call her each year, or call her every year, every time I'm thinking about her. We were out west for 13 years, and we still kept in touch widely. She's got a new phone here for 4 or 5 years ago when the new phone started coming out, and so we could do texting and all that with her. And if it wasn't for that, and knowing her as well as I did, I wouldn't be complaining. But I'm telling you, I'm not too happy about how that night went down dealing with my neighbor, Jill Sutherland. Okay, well, you know what, Kim? I hope that when it's all said and done, that there'll be a report put out that you'll be able to read and maybe answer some of your questions. A report. And if you still have questions, I hope that you're able to call someone back and get the answers that you want. Or if you're not, I hope that you'll support Jill in what sort of endeavors she wants to take. Like whether it's legal or whatever, right? Yep. Absolutely. I hope I don't know that she does. I hope she doesn't have to. I hope her son has enough sense that he's been stuck with her. He was living with her at a friend of ours' house, and he moved home ever since this happened. Yeah, because ever since Jill got let back into her, she didn't want to be there by herself. Yeah. So Lawrence moved back home while this was going on. Yeah. Now she said to him the other day, if you want to go out and spend some time with your girlfriend, you can now. I think I'm okay to go to sleep. Ouch. 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 Yeah. But she couldn't sleep in the house. She's got a little dog. Yeah. Little Oscar. Yeah. And the little doggy saved her life. Yeah. Well, that's no doubt. If I wasn't for that little doggy that day, because Jill and Elson always had animals, always had a dog. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure if it wasn't for the dog, she'd probably be in the nut house right now. Well, okay, well, she'd be in rough shape, really rough shape, rougher shape than anybody, and any one of us could bring her back from. Well, I'm happy that the dog's there for her. Yeah, I'm happy. Like I said, kudos to the 2 officers who came out and sat with her every morning for 4 or 5 days after this happened. Yeah, kudos. Right on. They would, if I knew who those 2 officers were, I would absolutely give both of them a pat on the back. Okay, for sure. Inaudible. Well, that's good to hear. Anyway, Kim, that and it's the only thing I'm going to say. Michael, it's the only good thing I can say. Yeah, right on. Do you screwed RCMP, screwed up that night. Right on. Well, you knew way too much. And like I said, that Amber Alert, that alert should have went out. Yeah, like I said, Kim, I said, Kim, we're going to agree to disagree on some things. You're going to disagree that the alert should have gone out? That's your de-escalation? Way to de-escalate, sir. Do you have... Yeah, I know. Do you have any other information in regards to Gabriel or Lisa or anything else in regards to like the properties out in Portapique that do you think that is relevant or no, not that I can think of. And like I've been thinking of ever since I knew about this last Friday. Yeah. When Nancy told me that you were looking for me. Yeah. A month later. 2 months after Brenda started talking. Sowing seeds. I started thinking about all this stuff, and there isn't anything that's relevant that I can bring and shed to bring to the table. Yeah, that wouldn't make any difference. And like I said, most of this shit I forgot. Yeah. And really can't remember, details. I'm not a detailed person. Yeah. But one thing I kind of kept on the back of my mind is, yeah, just knowing what the RCMP are all about is I'm trying to think every day where I have been and what I've done. Just because one of my buddies out west got pulled over, got blamed for something. And he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember that he was in Winnipeg when this incident happened. Yeah. And it wasn't until 2 months after this investigation went down that we were out golfing. And I said to him, dude, how come you can't remember? Your wife's cat was at the psychiatrist in Winnipeg, and you drove that friggin' Siamese cat to Winnipeg. Oh, I wasn't even there. And then all hell broke loose. Of course, he got on the phone, called this investigator or police or whatever it was that was bantering him. And said, hey, I wasn't even there. So you remember to forget. Sometimes you think, and Al used to play the crosswords. Very sharp brain, very sharp man. Yeah. And he got caught up in an investigation, had nothing to do with him. Yeah. Because he had an association with a bad guy. He knew a biker in Edmonton. Somehow his name got brought up and got hurled into the investigation. And when it all went down and 2 bikers got killed or whatever happened, I forget the whole story. Al wasn't even in town. Okay. So, and he said he got the raking over the coals he got from those 2 police officers. Now I'm pretty sure it was Edmonton police, so it wasn't RCMP. Yeah. But still, I always say a cop is a cop is a cop is a cop is a cop. For sure, Kim, for sure. Do you not think that? Whether you're a Truro police officer or you're a Truro RCMP officer. Any difference? Any difference? I personally do, but obviously, like I've been saying the whole time, we're gonna have some difference of opinion just based on our beliefs. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah. In theory, we all do the same job more or less. Right. Like we're all supposed to do the same job, but yep. Do I think that there's a bit of a difference in the different police forces? Having worked in Alberta and worked here and worked in Ontario a bit, yeah, I do. I personally do. Oh, is there is a difference. Yeah, well, I think there is. But that's just one man's opinion. It's not a right. It's not anything else but other than that. Right. Now you were RCMP out west. Yeah. Were you RCMP in Ontario? I was working as RCMP. Yeah. Okay. Because I got a couple cousins in the Peel Region police officers. Yeah. Female. Yeah. Got a bad reputation, Peel Regional. Who? Peel Regional or your cousin's story? No, the Peel Regional. Oh, okay. Got a bad, back in the days, I'm talking. Yeah. 30, 40 years ago when we were teenagers, Okay. There were bad cops, right? I see. Yeah. Like they'd bust you with 2 pounds of marijuana that you grew. And then when it came to a court case, there was no evidence, nowhere to be found. Oh yeah, I see. Coke flying out the back door down there in Nova Scotia. I love those evidence seizure rooms down in Halifax. That's pretty good. The audit. Ouch. A lot of coke goes missing around. Police down there. Oh, and the $30,000 they confiscated as evidence. Can't find it. One little story I remember from 1972. Are you old enough to be born before 72? Certainly not, Kim. Certainly not. Oh, okay, no problem. No, wasn't born before 72. But I don't know. Just bad. They're bad. Right on. Right on. You got to really love your job, dude. Well, you don't know mentality puts you into Like I talked to my cousin who became a police officer. Why are going to the police academy? Don't you know that they shoot at cops? Police shot at police. Or sorry, people shot at the police. Why do you want to become a police officer and get somebody shooting at you? And both of them said, because we want to help the public. We want to, well, you can be a doctor. Yeah. You can run a shelter for battered women. Whoa. Media doing its number around this story. But become a police officer, you gotta have something. Something's gotta be telling you to be doing that, I guess. I got one of my fellow cousins, no, not fellow cousins, my second cousin, decided he wants to go into the military. Yeah, long time ago. Yeah, personal information. And they're getting paid again. Now George is taking on this big thing, training all these frontline guys in Africa. So now he's getting this great big check to come back in the military after he's retired. Oh, yeah. And no wonder they have a $250,000 log home in Portapique Beach Road. Yeah, for sure. No wonder. For sure. Our taxes are paying for all this. Anyways, Michael, I'm glad I was able to get this off my chest because I really needed to say something. Well, Kim, inaudible. And I'm kind of glad I did. It's a little therapeutic for me. I'm happy you took the time to call me. I appreciate, to be honest. Yeah. Well, when John said, if I don't call you, you're gonna come looking for me, I almost said to John jokingly, I dare them. Oh yeah. I said, don't give them my address. I said, just let them find me. Let them go through. Let's see. Let's waste some more taxpayer money here and let them try and find me. Yeah. And he goes, oh, Kim, don't. I said, I won't. I'll call them right away. Right on. Well, I appreciate it. What is it? I got your birthday, new minus. And then Ruby is same address, I'm assuming. Yeah. What's Ruby's birth date? Blank. Yeah, I married an older woman. I wasn't thinking that, but I think that's all I need from you. Would I got your number here on my phone, you called, or you probably blocked the number here. No. I do not have a blocked phone. My phone number here is 902 blank. Yeah, blank. Yeah, blank. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kim. Got anything else that you can think of that's on your mind? If I got anything else to add to something that maybe you don't or nobody else told you before, yeah, I'll be the first one to phone you. Okay, but don't count on it. Because I don't think I'm going to remember anything more than I've already remembered. Yeah. And other than that fact, I just feel disappointed in that this idiot was reported to you a long time ago. Okay. Personal information. Because maybe you're not afraid of me. But I was in Vegas one time. I'll tell you another story. I was in Vegas one time. Down in the United States, you can legally carry a firearm. Yeah, right. And there was a fellow I was doing business with, selling some industrial machinery, industrial shop equipment. And he thought I guess he was getting scammed. Yeah. So I don't really know his mentality because I can't put myself in his brain. But I called the cops. Yeah. Las Vegas police. Yeah. And said, oh, this guy ripped me off for $4,000 worth of equipment. And I was standing right in front of his house. Yeah. I'd love to have an officer come over and get my equipment. Yeah. Over the phone, the guy said, we'll send an officer out. Oh, yeah, that's right. They'll send an officer out. They sent an officer out. And an officer pulled up behind my truck and he said, you talking about the guy that lives here? And I said, yeah. He said, dude, he said, give me your credentials so he know that I was a Canadian. Yeah. He know I was there on a work visa. Yeah. He knew I was there legally. Yeah. And I wasn't an immigrant or something. Checked me all out and everything. And then he looked at me and he suggested that that you take your truck, turn around and get out of here. And I said, he said, because he owns guys and he'll shoot you. And I said, are you kidding me? And I said, can you guys, are not, I said, how do I get help? If I can't call the police and get my equipment back, how am I supposed to do it? Do I go and get a bigger gun than his? No, he said. If you do that, he said, you'd be dead. And they were actually afraid of this guy. Okay. Like, I'm talking afraid of this guy. Don't antagonize him. Don't get him going. He'll probably point that 357 Magnum right down your throat. Might not pull the trigger. Even if he were present, he said, he'll point that gun down your throat. So he said, I suggest that you leave. And blah, 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 blah. I could not believe this. So I think because you guys got report on him a long time ago, I think you guys were scared of Gabriel. If the news came and reported to me tomorrow and said, what do you think about this whole thing? The biggest thing I had a problem with, probably bring up, is that you already knew about this guy. I think you were afraid of him. And I said, I don't think anybody had the guts to stand up to him. That's what I would say, inaudible. Unfortunately, inaudible, I'm sure it's probably something. You're entitled to your own opinion there, Kim. Yeah. You know that. Yeah. Well, hopefully the investigation that hopefully comes out of all of this about any of the wrongdoings and any of the mistakes that were made, hopefully the independent investigation will bring this all out. Because listen, I'm not even hurting because I lost a loved one. Yeah. I lost some friends. Yeah. Some people that I knew, some acquaintances. Yeah. Doesn't ask anything about that, though. Notice. Yeah. But there's family members out there, dude. They're just sitting, wanting to know. Yeah. How did you do your job? How you could have done it better, admitting that you did some things wrong. That the investigation tells us everything we need to know, because these people have got to get some kind of closure. In this whole ordeal. And I don't mean to diss the RCMP, but even if it's bad news, and even if you did screw up, yeah, just admit it. You screwed up and let people get peace with that. I think the biggest thing here that can come out of all of this, that somebody else investigates you, that they come up with the truth, that you didn't know what to do. You didn't have a clue. It wasn't in, there's no written book about what happens when you get a mirrored image. When somebody else puts on a uniform and drives the cruiser the same as us. Oh, now if you could fast forward, you know what you know. I'm not sure you'd be saying the same stuff. And loaded weapons. Whole car full of Molotov cocktails to throw in vehicles. And we're all trying to figure out how he burnt all those houses and all those vehicles. So we come up with the conclusion that he had all these little bottles of gasoline that he could. Because when the people at the end of the beach road in a mobile home got escorted out in front of Beau's and Long's, Beau and George's home, the last homes on the road that burnt, on that road burned. Yeah. They said the whole front of the building you could look right in the front of the building and see the kitchen and the loft and the bedrooms upstairs. You could see the whole front of the building was burnt out. Log home, tinder dry, right? It doesn't burn like that. Goes up like a matchstick, but that was their comment. Now, I don't know Joanne and them guys well. Yeah. If I'd seen them on the road, 15 years ago, we'd wave at them. Yeah. Because they moved. They just moved there when we were moving away. So we didn't really know them that well. But Nancy and John said, same with them. They weren't escorted out of the beach road at all. Well, they don't live on beach road. I don't think. Like Jill wasn't escorted. They were told to leave. And what happens if they would run across somebody like Gabriel and the RCMP and got shot at? They live across the highway, so I don't think they're going to get escorted out. John and Nancy. Yeah. So I don't know. A lot of things went wrong. Hopefully with an investigation, which they do better. Which they better do. If they don't investigate you guys, that'll be the biggest slap in the face that the federal government could do to the Canadian population, would be to not investigate this, to find out what went wrong, and give the people and their families answers. Yeah, about what went wrong. Because a lot of things went wrong that night. A lot of things went wrong through the night, and a lot of things went wrong the next day. And showing that piece where he pulled into that parking lot and he gets out of his car and he changes his shirt and pants, or changes his shirt and puts his vest on. Holy. And I'm never going to get that picture out of my mind as long as I live. Wrong thing to do was put that picture on TV. Because we all know him, right? Yeah. And then to see him get out of that police cruiser and the bone stone cold look on his face, getting out of nothing was wrong. Just another day at the office. Yeah. And, it was holy. And it was, for lack of a better word, Kim, just an insane situation. Insane situation. Yeah. And the other thing I heard, and it's only hearsay, I guess, at this point now, because it's not, I wasn't there, so I don't know for sure. I wonder what all of your statement is, though. Yeah. But when the other police cruiser in Stewiacke was waiting for his partner, her partner, the lady that got killed, the RCMP officer that got killed, yeah. When he got shot at by Gabriel, and fled the area, fled the scene, how come he wasn't on the fucking radio telling her to watch out for the impersonator? Because here he is. He's right here. I got him. Because you all knew about it at 10 o'clock that night before. That he was driving around an RCMP vehicle with an RCMP uniform on. Why is Chad on the radio again at 12:18 that evening? Colchester radio from Enfield. On a personal radio too. Signed into his MWS. And he was sitting there waiting for her to come up and meet her to have coffee. Well, Kim, I can tell you right now, they weren't meeting up for coffee. They were actively looking for a threat that was ending people's lives, right? So, okay. In regards, okay. I don't know what was said. Like I said, in regards to that comment, what was reported on TV was probably different than what happened. We all understand that. Oh, if this one ever gets the light of day. Well, we don't understand how come that she wasn't warned that was going to be there. And then what ensued, what occurred, happened at that point when he rammed her. And then them making the big joke about, or not the joke, or making the big point about him having the ram bar on the front of his cruiser. They make the big point about that on the television. And that when we come out to find out 2 or 3 vehicles right here in Truro have ramming bars on them, I don't know if I ever hardly seen any RCMP that didn't have ramming bars on it. Was that out in June about the ramming bars on the RCMP, like the push bar? Was that making news at that point? June 2020? I didn't think that kind of came along until later, but anyway. Out in front, that they made a big deal about him having the ram bars on it, the ramming bars. And then when the 2 police cruisers came in contact with each other, like, nobody knows other than the eyewitnesses that were at the scene what happened, what Gabriel did. Like, nobody. Everybody wants to know the person that commandeered a vehicle from, that stopped in front to help the RCMP, and then he got shot. And then the vehicle was stolen. Then people want to know, how did he come there for that to happen? For closure, I just hope they all find out. Yeah, that's the only, for sure, saving grace that comes out of this is in the news, and everybody put it to bed, put it to sleep, that it was a botched effect. What happened was bad. We're all sorry. We're all, we're all in this together. We all learned a whole bunch. We know what not to do because we learned from our mistakes, and hopefully there's some closure for some people that have lost their loved ones and their pets. Yeah, because apparently he shot a couple of dogs too. Right on. Yeah. Geez. We're all dog lovers too, right? Wow. Wicked to see what this does to people. Yeah, for sure. We put our dogs on in our hearts too over this, right? Yeah, absolutely. Well, Michael, hopefully I didn't burn your ears too much. No, that's fine. I appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate you giving me a call back, and have yourself a good rest of the day. I will. I'll enjoy it as much as I can. Okay, all right. And good luck to you and to yous. And take care of yourself. Thank you, Kim. And you do the same. Okay, my friend. Bye. Okay, bye. Bye. That was Kim Mills. This is Constable Michael Townsend, registration number 59359. Statement was taken June 2nd, and time was 14:03. On my recorder, it says 1 hour 37 minutes. 14:03 minus 1 hour 37 minutes was the start time. Thanks. Ooh, interesting statement. Let's see what you guys got here. See what the media does. Pings on certain things. The psychology. Oh, Tracy. There are no coincidences. No. Sounds a little sketchy. Lady loves to talk. His name is Kim. It's a guy. Kim sounds awesome. Dispensive with nicety, brutal honesty, pointing out RCMP failed to protect anyone but themselves. But what are they covering? Random people escorted out other than other houses not touched. Lisa didn't see any of this happening, didn't hear cars leaving. Well, they were on the wrong road, of course. Because that's what you do when you get a 911 call. You go to the wrong road. You don't go to the house that found until 5 a.m. That makes sense, right? What the fuck are they covering up? Banfield is freezing to death in the woods. It doesn't see any of this. Robert comfy in a tree. Scratch this. Say should have been freezing to death in the woods. I have always thought reversing the media's story narrative roles GW and LB would make more sense. Motive. I think he says pretty much everything I think as well. He covers pretty good. Doesn't give a shit about shoots from the hip. Yeah. Interesting statement. Big old bad Brenda shoot Gab one day. She's hiding in the woods and moving across the country. Yeah, right. I don't think he was there. I don't think he experienced different experience. He said Gabe wasn't always okay. Well, he didn't, and they didn't ask for anything. Who did you know? How did you know them? Didn't ask him to elaborate. Didn't ask him if he'd been at the warehouse. A lot of things they didn't ask there. Anyway, can't help but wonder about the redacted section of the dialogue at the beginning of this interview. Very interesting. 8 years anyways. Thanks, I appreciate it. Okay. Probably more him telling what he thinks. I think there's going to be, it's definitely not personal information. Some of it is. Sounds like he's had some things. He was super healthy, had a blood clot, and paralyzed. Oh, sorry, that was about dog. Sorry about that. Oh, that's too bad. Too bad. The dog's ping. All right. Tomorrow, we are back to some interesting stuff. I'll check my mail before we... tomorrow is... with participant submissions. So this part, there's witness panel, Christy Matar and Tess Neal to discuss commissioned report, rigorous forensic psychological assessment practices, part 1 and 2. Probably more goop. Might be something interesting in there, but participant submissions afterwards will be interesting, I would think. Hopefully some lawyer will ask them why they can't ask, why they are restricted, why certain witnesses can't be called. Hopefully, because that would seem like the thing that lawyers should do. Anyway, okay, I'll check my mail here quickly. More notes on Acker. Okay. Acker. Line 627, April 21st. There were no signs of buildup to or, but like I said to you yesterday, the worst that I've ever seen up there was that Rob guy. Nothing documented ever from the day before. Oops. So they did an interview they're not disclosing. Once again. Line number 357. I didn't really see him applicating them. Nope. October 19th, 2021. What is this off of? One moment, please. I like all the bolds and stuff. Makes it neat to read. Oh, 4042. All right, so this is the mass casualty interview with Acker. Page 5, first paragraph, last sentence. Quote, and this is 7 months prior to the incident. I seen the car all stickered up, and Peter was putting the horse on the quarter panel. Well, that kind of conflicts with his earlier statement that says, I didn't really see him applicating. So did you see them or did you not, Mr. Acker? Or did the car just come with horses on it? Thank you very much, Blue Nose, for reviewing those documents. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're going to see the end of the. Anyway, all right. I don't think I have anything else. All right, some kind of flood there. Okay. And I don't think I got any messages about anything. One moment. Thank you for Nikki for pointing out that stuff about the shoes. That's a problem. And Julie for the phone call. Pictogram, very helpful rather than going on. Just wanted to tell you I went to Vancouver, from Vancouver to Ottawa in a convoy, mostly minus 45, but full of love. Good stuff. I'm glad. Love is good. Not that kind of crap they sell you on TV. The love is love or whatever. Thanks so much. Okay. Yeah. I appreciate what you wrote there, Blue Nose. I just think you know how I am with that kind of stuff. All right. So take good care. God bless you. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless the 23.